Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision. Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision.
And shalom aleichem to each and every one of you. Welcome to the broadcast. Hey, it's the Sabbath day. This is the Sabbath of Yahweh. This is that day, Yahweh, who is, in fact, our Elohim. I beat my chest on that. This is that day that Yahweh has made. It is my will and my desire to be re-strengthened in this day. And by virtue of that, I will end up being glad. If you've ever been blessed, are you not glad? When you are depressed and you're tore down and you're just dehydrated and depleted, you're not glad. You're a little bit sad. But when you walk into the Sabbath, knowing that it's the day of restoration, this is the day Yahweh has made for every weary, lowly, stricken, run down, trodden over soul. When you come into the Shabbat, I will make you glad. I will be re-strengthened in that day. And so therefore to you, all the hell I've been through, all the world I've worked through, all the disagreements between business partners, money, people, loves of heart, children, struggles in the world. I just had we had interesting news this week about some failure that affects a lot of different things. When you've been run down and trodden down and beat down in a 6-day work week, to know you have a place to go and land and recuperate and reset. Yeah. And then know that the God of your creation let you wander through earth for 6 days, able to call upon him, and let you do what you do and what you prepared for, maybe not prepared for, but watch you under his cover, exhaust yourself trying to get it right, trying to do it right, watching you fall and fail, giving you mercies new every morning. But to know that after 6 days of trying to do it all, you get, watch this, an intermission from that life. Oh, I said something deep right there. I don't think we really ready to get with that. But if you know I said something deep, throw some heart signs in the threads on Clubhouse, YouTube, put some emojis up on your page. If you know I said something deep, you trying to get it right. You've been running through this world, but to know that the God of your creation says, if you'll meet me in the 7th day, I'll make you rejoice. I'll cause you to be re-strengthened. Somebody say, I'm tapping into my re-strengthening in the 7th day. Just put it in. It's re-strengthen. It's my re-strengthening. That's right. I am tapping in to my re-strengthening. Yeah, you know I'm typing it, don't you? By way of Shabbat. So when I tap in to my re-strengthening, I know it's a place I'm going to get what I came for. Yahweh is going to re-strengthen me, and I'm going to get some stuff I didn't come for. I'm going to get a chance to see how I acted, how I talked, who I did right, who I did wrong, who I misjudged, who I got angry with too quick, who I cut off. because I got a mean guillotine. If I cut you off, it's wrapped. Don't worry about ever coming back. Ain't no nothing like that. We'll talk from a distance, 25-foot spoon, but you'll be in the same room. But we good. I see how you roll. I'm not rocking with you like that. And I gotta check myself. That's the one thing I love about Shabbat. It puts me into a place of introspection. If you know what the value of introspection is, as you do when you do Sukkah with us, you understand that it can really show you where you are shortcomings. Why? Because we don't oftentimes remember. We all, though we're telling somebody else sinned against us, judged us wrong, talked about us, left us to die, that backstabbed us, we are just as capable of those same frailties and failures as any other human being on the planet. And if we ever remove ourselves from the reality that that can be us at any given moment, we need to be introspective. And that's how we find ourselves in hypocrisy, which I try to stay away from. The biggest disease I want to be as far away from as I can be is hypocrisy. That's why I stand on all 10 toes down. And people don't get it. Like, even if I'm in the streets, it's like, why are you always on 10? When you say something, you mean it. Yeah, because I'm trying my best never to be a hypocrisy. Never to be a hypocrite, part of me, which is a part of hypocrisy. And Shabbat, whether you saved or not, Sabbath is for every living creature on the planet. I don't think we teach that well enough in Christendom. Sabbath isn't about your religion. Whoa, what? Saved or unsaved. Sabbath is for the creatures that Elohim have made. The birds take Sabbath. The lion, the cheetah, the Bengal, the hippo, the elephant, the giraffe, the ostrich, the peacock, they all take Shabbat. Sabbath was made for rest, resetting, restructure. So it's not a matter whether you save, you Christian, you Greek, you Jew, you atheist. It doesn't matter. Sabbath is for the creation of Elohim to come in and rest in him. So I speak Shabbat Shalom to each and every one of you today, as I want to embrace, as I've been, my Sabbath, my ability to be re-strengthened, rewired, reset, rejuvenated, renewed, refreshed, redirected, restarted, and everything that I've said in my heart is good, and how I want to be a good human being, and what that looks like for me, and what that looks like by his word. And I realized I failed him. Can anybody say No, I'm not gonna make y'all say that, but I'm gonna say this for some of y'all who won't. You'd be squeamish if I said it. I realized I have failed him in 6 days. Oh no, nothing egregious, no wild, stupid sins, just living this life. I like that someone said it. I'm gonna say this to be funny, but I want y'all to get this. Mike Tyson used to say this, and it is his quote. I'm not trying to quote anybody outside, but I think you need to get this. As a Christian, especially within Christendom and religion, not just Christianity, but religious people, we all make these statements that, I'm gonna do, if I was back in that day, and if I was Adam, if I was Noah, if I was Messiah, if I was Moshe, if I was David, you don't know what you would do in that moment. Shoot, you don't even know what you're gonna do tomorrow, no matter how much you profess God and his Bible, right? This statement from this great boxer said, everybody has a plan to fight in the fight. He was a boxer. Everybody has a plan to fight in the fight. You plan to fight, you strategize to fight, and you think your plan is ready. So everybody has a plan to fight, and so his phrase is, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. That plan goes out the window. Especially if somebody like Mike Tyson punch you in the mouth. You had a plan not to get hit, but once you got hit, did you stay lit for God? Or which way did you go? How did you respond? Y'all not ready for that. I can't get no laughter. I can't get no love. Everybody got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Oh, I'm saved if the devil come at me. First off, you're very ignorant if you think it's the devil coming at you. I can't talk about that enough. And then the reality becomes, come on, YouTube, y'all can talk to me. Hit the subscribe button up top just for the sake of GP, and hit the notification bell every time we go live. Do the all notifications. All right, we can chat some more. But everybody, and it related so much to Christianity, and it related so much to religiosity for me that I had to check myself. I'm like, I know the word like the back of both of my hands, not just one of them, both of them. I mean, I really know the word. I'm grateful for how my apostle, my mentor, my coach in life taught me, right? My demonstrator of the life of Messiah, how they taught me. And I got it. I'm a teacher of it. I do it, but I do it naturally. But they did it from lifestyle. So I learned from them. And I'm so glad that I can read the Bible at the back of both of my hands. Easy. I know what's going on. I know content. I know context. I know history. I do. That's not a braggadocious statement. The thing is, I think I got a plan until life, even though I'm studying this word for life, for encounters, for engagements with unrighteousness. And though I got a plan of righteousness in my head, I got testimonies from the Bible, from the Tanakh, from the Ketuvim, from Ketuvim, from the Brit Hadashah. I got storylines of how people should handle themselves in situations. But real talk, what happens when you get punched in your face in the middle of a fight you thought you was prepared for, and all of a sudden you've lost your grip on reality, your head is hurting, you can't see, you got stars in your eyes, and you just go into survival mode? Everybody got a plan. And we think we got a plan. We think we'll play it out. We think we'll engage it. It's different when the pain of the fight you're planning for gets the best of you, even temporarily and for a moment. Can y'all help me make this go viral? Everybody got a plan until. I'm typing it into. Everybody got a plan, ... until ... Everybody got a plan until you get punched in the face. You strategized for this fight and still you got punched in the face, and you thought you could just bob and weave with life. You take one hit. Okay, good. You got me. I'm cool. You can, parry, and come back and do a little whatever, right? When you get hit like Mike hit, or you get hit like, old heavyweight stars hit you, when you get hit, it rocks your world. Your plan went out the window, and so did most of your consciousness. When life hits you, right, your consciousness will leave your body. Some of y'all, your soul feel like it left your body, right? Some of y'all been hit so hard in the gut by life and all the things that are going on in life. It's like, how am I going to get up? I had a plan coming in. I was reading the Bible coming in. I listened to what my preacher had said. I listened to my prophetess. I listened to my favorite evangelist and whatever. I thought I could handle it better. That's why you got to love this day. Because life done hit all of y'all that way. Left you starry-eyed, left you leaking in your nose. I'm being graphic about it. Left you wondering, how am I going to get up from this? And the weird part about it, can I talk to y'all? I don't think y'all really want me to talk to y'all rightly. I need permission to talk to y'all, because sometimes when life hits you, you will fail to remember to put the word of God back into play. Life can hit you. Life can hit you, and you forget that you're supposed to give thanks in all things. You got a plan. Oh, we preaching and teaching in Sabbath. We preaching and teaching on Bible book club. We preaching and teaching in Bible study, even on preceding word. And we're getting all this good knowledge. We had all these YouTube clips and reels and Facebook memes and all that stuff that social media has fed into your psyche from a myriad of different places. And everybody seems to know, oh yeah, in all things give thanks. Listen, I say it again. In all things give thanks, for this is the will of God concerning them who are in Christ Jesus. So for everything, you got to give God thanks. The good, the bad, the ugly. Yes, you give God thanks. If it hurts, if it makes you happy, you give God thanks. It sounds good. And you be praised like, yeah, amen. That's right. Glory to God. That's right. In all things, I'm going to give him thanks. I'm going to give him thanks. As soon as you get a terminal diagnosis, as soon as you get a bankruptcy report on your finances, y'all not gonna talk to me. As soon as you find out that your cousin just laid with your wife, y'all not gonna talk to me. As soon as I'm talking real today, I'm in Sabbath. I got to check all of me. So as soon as you find out something hits you beyond your church dress up, did you give him thanks? That your cousin slept with your wife? Did you give him thanks? That your finances are now in ruin? Did you give him thanks because you got a terminal disease and illness? No, you didn't. You did not. I'm going to keep it a bean. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Most of you went to social media and said, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. Nobody stopped to give him thanks. Oh, y'all don't like those? Y'all don't like those graphics I gave y'all? Oh, I'm going to keep it 100.
That's the truth.
Did you do that? When you find out that you're 13, 14, 15, and this is real talk, I'm not talking on nobody, your niece, your favorite nephew who you done supported and tried to get through school, and now they done got a baby in the 10th grade and all these different things that go on and come up, and your daughter got pregnant at 15. Did you give God thanks, or did you reach for a belt? Or did you reach for the weave you put in her hair? I'm trying to talk to somebody to be helpful today in the Sabbath. Did you give him thanks? Okay. So what happens? Can y'all type it in again? Everybody got a plan, ... until ... So Sabbath. Y'all not gonna type it in. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna type it in again one more time. Everybody got a plan. ... until. Now I'm talking about everybody, whether you saved or not, whether you are in church or not, whether you're religious or not. I don't care if you atheist. Sabbath is for every single solitary creation on this planet. Sabbath is for every single the rabbit, the possum, the gopher, the duck-billed platypus, the human. All right, all of them. The criminal, the Mr. and Mrs. Goody Two Shoes. It's for everybody to come in and rest with the Creator, so He can reset life. And the more we come in and sit with the Father, if we could learn to practice Shabbat as a human race instead of religious sectisms, we would be a far better society at large, globally. But we think it's just relegated to religion. Sabbath isn't about religion. Can y'all type that in for me, please? Sabbath isn't about religion. It's not about an ethnicity. Sabbath is about life. Make that whole quote a meme. I need to make that meme available as soon as possible. Sabbath is not about a religion. Sabbath is not about an ethnicity. Sabbath is about, watch this, the life of all creation. Oh, y'all don't like that? I like that. I like that. I'm giving myself a thumbs up. How about we do that? Don't nobody hear me? I feel like talking today a little bit. Is my phone on mute? Maybe they don't hear me no more. I don't hear no. Is my phone broken? Testing. Is this thing working?
No, sir, it's working.
Is it working? Okay. All right. Everybody got a plan. Until. So as we are here today, this is the day that helps us to, as we used to say in school, go back to the drawing board. I don't know if anybody else can admit this rhetorically, that, you know, in most cases, I got to go back to the drawing board on many decisions and pathways I've chosen to travel just to make sure, you know, because I can choose and create and compose and designate energies and or resources to a thing, and then realize it ain't working the way I did it. Because according to the Bible, and particularly the Tanakh and by Torah standards, there is always going to be a way that seems right to any human being. But if that human being is not living from the life of the word, that way of the human will always end up in destruction. Sabbath helps us to come back to the drawing board every 6 days. 6 days of work. 6 days shall a man work. On the seventh day, he must rest, reset, review, revisit, reevaluate. Is this hitting different for anybody? Or y'all just still amped up about the very graphic demonstrations I gave y'all about when we won't say and give thanks? Because when we understand the purpose of Shabbat, the purpose of the Sabbath day, the purpose of the seventh day, which is the very first thing Elohim gave humanity after he gave humanity dominion. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, chapter 3, 2, verses 1 through 3. It's an amazing storyline. And so when I come into the day and I sing the song, this is the day, this is the day that Yahweh has made, Yahweh has made. I will rejoice, I will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it, 'cause this is that day Yahweh has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is that day. Get it? This is that day that Yahweh has made for the human. The very first thing Elohim gave humanity as a species after he gave man dominion over the dirt was the Sabbath day of restoration, rest in his soul, rejuvenation, resetting of everything, a rejoining with mind that gave us life and purpose so we could stay on track. That would be a rejoicing moment. I wish y'all would comment with me and let me know that we talking good. And not that I'm not looking for compliment. I'm looking for conversation with those who are of this kingdom nation. Y'all feel what I'm saying? That's what I want to have. So chat at it. Let's get at it. Type it in.
Yes, amen.
All right. Good. So that's why I come into Sabbath and I'm elated. I mean, however I messed up. Do you know that if you are alive right now, and you know, I'm gonna say this. Oh, can I just be a little bit raw today and not PC? And because that's what this is about. Being real in Shabbat. We're gonna go to Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 in just a second. But I want to make this statement that just is impressed in my head to state. Listen, have you ever thought about the fact that you made it from yesterday to today? And if you scale that out and say, I made it from last Sabbath to this Sabbath, and you know you sinned somehow in those 6 days. Now, the problem is people won't admit they sinned because it's to say, oh, we did something lewd, something vulgar, something, of drunkenness or immorality sexually. That ain't sin. That's not the only sin there is, y'all. So stop, pigeonholing and pigeonholing yourself into that concept of sin. Sin is when you disobey him in a situation. You judge somebody. You gossip against somebody. You hit share on a non-verified meme on your social media. What? We can't have fun no more. I know, but that is sin. You carrying a false truth. And if you haven't vetted it, and even if it is true, why would you drag your brother or sister or another human under the bus for the sake of entertainment? That's sinful. Because right now, watch this, you're causing your brother, whoever the subject of that matter is, whether they did it and they need to deal with their consequences, it ain't your job to tell that or carry that bone. You are, watch this, murdering your brother. That causes them to blush. When they blush, you've shed your brother's blood. Oh, y'all didn't look at it that way, did you? All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this program down. I'm gonna go back to the other programs where y'all was actually talking at, and I'm gonna shut up and listen in the back room. All right. So this program will end in 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, y'all talk. Oh, now y'all okay. Because I was gonna end it in 5, 4. Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
All right,
I'm on 3 different devices. Please don't shut down.
Daphne said I'm on 3 different devices. I love it, Daphne. So, but y'all understand what I'm saying? If you've thought about the fact that from last Sabbath to this Sabbath, you are still alive. Yahweh, listen. I got to think about this every day. I'm like, Yahweh, you did not kill me in my sin.
come on.
Everybody just take, I'm gonna put the timer on, and I want us all to think about it. Yes, I'm pulling out all the stops today. I want us to think about this. Listen, I want to say it again. All right. I'm gonna give us 15 seconds to think about this. I made it from last Sabbath to this Sabbath. Thank Yahweh that his mercies are new every morning. And the reality is he didn't kill me in the moment of any of my sins. I said plural over the last 6 days. Let that sink in. Did you know it's a sin to think you didn't sin? The fact that you sat there right there and thought, I ain't sin, I'm perfect, is a sin. Because you lying to yourself. And clearly you're lying to the Father who knows all. And here's the problem. Ignorance of the law is not a defense of the law. So there's stuff you're doing against the law of Elohim you don't even know is against the law of Elohim. Now, we know no lying, no murder, no carrying false witness, no backstabbing, we know that part, but there's other stuff within the reveal of the Torah for the human's existence on the earth has elements in it that we do organically because of our human nature that are against the will of God. We just haven't had anybody tell us that's against the law, or we haven't had anybody break down the expanse of this commandment about that subject. Oh, Apostle, you just being technical. I wish I had some folk that really understood what I'm talking about right now.
I'm hearing. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So, shall we pray?
Let's pray. Please pray.
Somebody said, please pray. My God. And half of us just came out of our own personal studies and our own other private studies. We've been with other people, and we're thinking I can only imagine how often Yahweh sits up in glory. Adonai sits in glory. Ruach HaKodesh sits over and hovers over us and is like, y'all talk real good. I wish you would take that talk and apply it to your heart. I'm guilty. And every day I feel I'm the remorse, the contriteness I experience. No, I'm not trying to bring myself into some place of rumination. No, it's real. We got to keep it a being with ourselves. I am not perfect. I remember when I thought I was. I remember when I thought I was, and I remember looking at certain people who I was like, they think they this, they think they that. And Yahweh's like, the reason you don't like them is because that's in you. And you might not like them because they get away with it and you don't.
Amen. Oh, man. Ouch.
This coffee, it ain't tea, so I ain't spilling no tea. I'm sipping coffee, though. Strong as get out. But tea. We got to keep it a being with ourselves. Am I really that way? And that's what Sabbath helps us do.
Amen.
It helps us to
Amen.
Sit down somewhere and assess. You ain't perfect neither before you want to complain. And see the fact, can I leak some secrets to y'all right now? I need permission to leak some secrets about self-check.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please.
Y'all know I love the fact that I'm bougie. I proclaim it to the world. I am bougie. I've earned the right. After all my years in customer service, all of my years in service guruing, all of my years in management, corporately, and even in ministry, serving. So I've learned what are nice quality things, and I refuse. In the latter score of my life, I'm at 70. If you don't know what that is, look it up. So technically, I'm 70 is the life that we've been promised. So if I'm at 70, I got to say I got 10 left, though I may get more by living healthy and whatever, right? But that's the promise. So I'm at 70 now. So I ain't got but 10 left. So I've lived 6 decades. I ain't got but one more to go. I've earned the right in this last 10 to enjoy the quality of life, rightly. But because of my admitted bouginess, you got to be careful. When you like good things, you don't settle for less. Sometimes you not settling for less because you put up with less by other people all your life. You can forget you're now coming into loving and appreciating quality and not selling less and letting nobody get in your way. That the person who did not know they were getting in your way, the person who did not know they were offering you something for sale that was lesser than your quality and your standard of life, you could be stepping on them and looking down on them just because you found out that you require this type of excellence. There's still a way to attain that. And in that approach, in that actual attempt at acquiescing to that, you could still be stepping on people, looking down on people, judging people, dismissing people, condescending on people. And Messiah never did that in his acquiescence to his throne.
Amen.
Oh, y'all taking notes? Is that what that is? Y'all taking notes? Because I was hoping for an amen. I got one, Elder Rogers, but she always gonna say amen because she country like that.
I'm bougie too. That you'll be making a silent though.
And I'm not afraid to admit that I want and I will in my days require and demand the good things, because that's a part of the kingdom. If it's going to be gold, I don't want faux gold. I don't want to be faux fur. I want, if it's fur, give me fur. Don't give me faux fur. I don't want to see no cat, mink in my closet. I mean, that's the cats. That ain't, I prefer chinchilla.
I want 4 real.
You get what I'm saying? So before we get Peter on here and upset with us, that's we're just talking about wanting a certain thing. Apostle Walker, help me out. Am I crazy? At a certain stage, you realize, okay, I don't have to settle for less. It might take me a longer minute to get what I really want, and I know that's best for me, and I know that will satisfy me in my life. I ain't trying to hurt nobody getting it. I'm not trying to damage anybody getting it. But if in fact I've now set my sights and my focus on an item I put in my locked vision, if I step on people getting to it, then my bouginess is hypocrisy. My bouginess should not affect how I deal with people getting it.
So true.
It should be something that leads people into saying, hey, I want to follow them and their path of getting to that very nice quality thing.
Then that turns into lust.
But it's not, no, we're not at lust. We're talking about my job should be, if I'm going after something that I see, remember what Paul says, Messiah says, follow them, mark them that walk upright before you. So Messiah has on a very expensive, one-of-a-kind tunic that they shoot dice for at his dying post. But how he got that wonderful, one-of-a-kind, highly valued tunic, never did he step on anybody.
No, well, what I was saying,
I know what you were saying, so let me
get it. Okay.
Right. So what should happen in your quest for those good things in life, those valued, not just valuable, not name brand. I ain't talking about name brand stuff, y'all. I'm talking about quality product, value worthy product, something that means something, is built to last, is stable. We're talking about top tier, top shelf quality, which is what the human being in dominion was always supposed to have. Now, in your quest to get that, you should never step on somebody getting it. And when they see you attaining it, others see how you attained it and say, I want to do that. So when Paul says, and to reference what Elder Rogers was saying, it turns into lust, there is a time where we're told in the Bible to covet the good things in life. Covet the ways of walking right in Elohim. Place your affections on things above, not on things on the earth. And a good name. Yeah, they got it all, but man, they got it nasty. They got it by hook, by crook. They trifling, they nasty, they sneaky, they in back doors. They talking about people behind the scenes. These jokers got an underground tunnel. Ain't nothing they doing on top. Ain't nothing they doing on board. That's how they stealing that stuff. They digging tunnels underneath and they snatching it down through the safes and then talking about, oh, this is mine. And they, now I got a police report over here by somebody saying, I don't know how my stuff got stolen. Well, I wasn't there. Can you put me there? Is there a camera that put me there? Is there a fingerprint of mine anywhere? But you know you stole it. And everybody else know that do look like Jimmy's thing, man. I don't know how Cuz got it, but I know Cuz sneaky is all get it. He like a little snake. So how he got what Jimmy is now missing in his name, but they can't nail Cuz to the crime. But it looked like Jimmy's, and I know Cuz is I know Cuz. I woke up with Cuz stole my snowball ice cream all the time. Every time I get to the bottom, remember little cone ice cream cups, and you be scooping at the cone, then at the bottom they had a little bubble gum. Every time I put my little cone down, before I can get to my bubble gum, it was gone, and Cuz was the one around here blowing bubbles. Y'all all got a cousin like that. Don't talk to me like you don't got a cousin like that. Nobody, just me? Okay, all right. So to know how a person and see marking a person who walks upright, and once they attain, they acquiesce or whatever they get that is above where they are, that can be that's a solid and good version of being bougie. Bougie means I'm not going to settle for less. It doesn't mean I can't deal with less, but if I have the means and I have a way, by research, by pathway, by connections, I'm going to get what's better for me rather than settle what's less than me just so I can be in a conversation with them who have a similar product. I want the better of it. Yeah. I want the real stuff. I don't want something that's gonna make me itchy just because I had a name on it. I don't want name brand with poor quality. I'll do without a name because the product that a name brand is making their product from, the material that they're making their product from is not relegated to that brand. So I can just go and get the material and make my own style. See, one thing my mother taught me, my mother, Barbara June Jones, and a woman by the name of Aunt Mattie. I wish y'all could have ever met her. If y'all ever met Aunt Mattie, you know why I talk about it the way I do. And a woman by the name of Barbara Bard. Aunt Mattie and Barbara Bard are gone. But whenever Barbara Bard, Aunt Mattie, my mother, and even Apostle Walker would get together, we would see choir robes on display by the caravan. The Hawkins and the Caravans come through, and James Cleveland was alive, and his groups would come through, and they have all these fire robes on. And my mom and Aunt Mattie was like, okay, well, we don't need to get those robes from that company. We just need to go and get, watch this, the actual, the pattern. Go down to Butterick. We go to Butterick, or we go get it from, whoever else it was, that was out there with the patterns. We go to the pattern store. We go to the material store. We find the bolts. We select the material. We didn't need their name brand and their version and their material. We go get the material. If that felt that comfortable, go get the material and make our own style and make our own choir robes. Now, that was a painful endeavor. It took time, but we did it. And when we would do it, we would put the robes on. The choir would help out. We get people come and do the fittings. We'd stip them up, tape them up, chalk them up. We did all of that. That's right. Apostle knows how to sew. And we would do all of that. We take shifts and tours, and Aunt Mattie would take some, Minister Walker would take, Apostle Walker would take some, Carol Seegers would take some. I hate to put these names out here. Y'all don't know these people, but at the end of the day, my mother would take some, and it'd be like a changing door, especially when we did the mass choir from Philly and from Jersey, right? I mean, we would all get together, 300 people, 400 people, and we're making all these robes, right? Designating people who could sew in different areas and overseeing what it is, and got the patterns by Butterick or McCall or Vogel, whoever it was. And then making sure we got the right material and trying to get it all from the same batch of color on that material, on that bolt, right? Or those bolts. Simplicity, that's right. Apostle Walker, am I lying? The point is, you don't need to buy theirs that you saw that was nice and covet it. You can actually make it too. You don't need their name to show that you got it. You just need to have that style. So we would make suits. Okay, my mom like this, or my sister like that, or I would like this. She's like, okay, well, let me go find the pattern for it. And then we buy the better material. In some cases, we'd get that broadcloth, or we get that gabardine. You know what I mean? That's the only way I wear polyester, if it's gabardine. Because them two twins, Polly and Esther, they some nasty, hot, bothering people. They get on my nerve, Polly and Esther, in the church. They done burnt down so many churches. So, but if it's gabardine, nice quality, get the thread count right, raw silk, get the count right, Egyptian cotton, get that count right. You know what you got and what you put on. You can wash it, dry clean it, shake it out, hang it on the outside on the line, because we didn't have access to a dryer. We had a washer, but we had to wring it out and then hang it up on the line outside, come back in and iron that thing without burning it. Yeah, it's got to be quality material that can take that kind of work. So after you understand that being bougie does require you to be able to take care of it, know what it is you're getting, study hard to find the right thing that's the best quality. So I claim bouginess, but in my quest for bouginess in this convenient world, where people now cater to bougie. You can get caught up in yourself and think you've arrived and think you this, and then step on and look down and condescend on other people. And they see you like, you know what, I like your style. But, you know, there was a statement made earlier, you know, people can be very pretty, but have a very ugly soul. And you can look, no matter how handsome or attractive you may look externally, your insides and how you move, not righteous. They're not in the ways of righteousness. Now, I know y'all saying, well, Pastor, we ain't even talked about the Bible. We ain't hit the Torah yet. Can y'all let me know if we walked in the writ yet? So the Sabbath day is a day that helps us reset ourselves. And though you may have the desire and the aspirations to be, you know, this, that, or the other, how do you look getting there? How do you look once you've arrived? Now, are you above everybody else and you can look down at everybody else and everybody else in the world is your subjects? See, that's sin too. So now you didn't come up through the trace. You've been an armor bearer for years, and who you armor bearer for treated you like a slave. So now you think that you've now arrived and you got your own church, you got your own ministry platform, you got your own blog, and now you can take people in under you like you went under someone else, and the way they treated you and talking about it's tough love, it was training, it was this and that, and you being hazed and beaten and choked out and lied on and called and woke up and demanded and you thought you was Albert for Batman. You know, you live in different homes miles away and you got to travel whenever they say get up and do this or whatever the thing is. And it's something you did because you sought an office. It wasn't something you did because you sought the gift in that person. See, there's a difference. Y'all ain't got to talk to me. Matter of fact, everybody stay on mute. Don't nobody come off because I'm going to spill this all out.
We here, Apostle.
We're going to spill all of this out. Because some people put up with that because they find that to be a rite of passage. Mute your phones. They find that to be a rite of passage, and they think that that's the way to do it. See, then there's some of us who actually was trying to be the best we could be for the thing, the person, the element that Elohim was using because they were carrying a word of life that changed your life. And now you want to help that word always be, watch this, insufficiency for you. And by virtue of that, you would help to dispense that and disseminate that to others. So there's a difference in how someone does the same thing, armor bearing, adjutant, for a actual voice celebrity, right? We're going to call it that. But most are like, well, I want what they want. I want that anointing they got on them. So I'm going to be like Elijah and make God never leave me. And you never leave me as long as you live it. I'm never going to leave you and all that. Okay. Well, stay here. You ain't ready for this. No, as long as the Lord live, I'm going to stay with you. And you just did it because you were seeking the office they possessed. Some of us wasn't seeking the office they possessed. We sought the word that they kept giving, that kept giving life to the servant. And others watched how that servant would gobble up the words from the servant they served. And they were marking them that walked that way. Didn't mean they made every step right. Didn't mean they did not misstep. Didn't mean they did not err. Didn't mean they did not sin. But they watched how this person gobbled up the words and how they served this person that was giving the word. They valued the word coming from that person. Many people in adjectives, and I mean this at 90% of what you see in Christendom. You want to call yourself an adjutant, you brag about that. You call yourself an armor bearer, you brag about that. It's because you've been told by theory of theology that you should carry the actual armor of the hero in your army. And therefore, when the time comes, you're around that hero long enough to pick up tricks, techniques, and everything like that. But at the end of the day, when they pass the baton, you're the one that served them. They'll pass the baton to you. See, there's a difference. You did that for the baton. ultimately, you got to stop and check that. You did all that service. And if you got treated, stepped on, spat on, embarrassed, humiliated in public, drugged even in the mud in front of your children because you're serving that person, and then you chalked it up to, that's the cost you got to carry for the anointing. That's the cost. That's you don't know what I went through to get this anointing. Y'all know I'm talking real. Don't say a word, just listen. And so while you're sitting there going through all of that and you're learning from them and you're being humiliated, say, child, I couldn't have did that. I know, but that's what God has called me to do, and I'm built for this. I can handle humiliation. Messiah never humiliated any one of his never humiliated any one of his Talmudim. Elijah never humiliated Elisha. But we're being taught in theory by certain things in theology that this is how you get to the next level. And if you don't pay your dues, if you don't come through that rite of passage, we don't think you can handle anything. We can't trust you with anything. So when we say move, we don't have time to play with you. I need this done now. That may be true, but there's also a way to have that done. Again, just because I'm bougie don't mean I got the right to look down on anybody. And though I need something specific, doesn't mean that when you bring me something that's not it, I treat you like you are less than me in every possible way of life. Messiah never did that. At the end of the day, everybody who's claiming to be servant to God, to the man, the woman of God, and then claim when they've been brokenhearted, treated wrong. And you have to deal with that because I got to do this because I got to get the goal. My goal is to see the scepter passed to me. We have a terrible understanding of what happened with Elijah and Elisha. We mix that with the horrible interpretation of David and King Saul. And so while we're doing all of this, trying to be that, being bougie, searching for that crown, searching for that clout, saying that I'll do this to get to that level. That's what I got to do. I'm going to do it. God, you gave me the strength. I'm built for this, God. And then, oh, God. Oh, no. That ain't what Yahweh wants. What you need to be able to do is if that thing is real, then my goal and others that I've dealt with goal was to keep making sure that the giver of the words, the human being, the pastor, the mentor to me that kept giving me words of life. And I knew that if it changed my life, it could change somebody else's life, not necessarily from my mouth. I didn't want their seed. I wanted the words and the seed. Put this down as a quote. Remember it. I didn't want their seat. I needed that seed that was coming out of their life, that was constantly giving me new life. And so in order to make sure that they kept giving good seed, that I could get good meal, I made sure that their ground was fertile. I sowed into their life. I made sure if they wanted anything, just ask me. The value of what comes out your mouth, when I know you're studying that word, I'll go to the store. Don't you leave that Bible. I'll run to New York. Don't you leave the state. I'll make sure that this got done at the hospital. Don't you leave your place of study. I need you to have that word. So when you come and stand before that sacred desk, or when you come and call us into a Bible study, I know that you have been with the Father, and I've given that time to let you and the Father have that relationship so I can see how that glory emanates from someone. And I know now what they did. Okay, so I'm going to the store because you're in the word, but you got need. I'm going down street to deal with someone's issue, though that's your sacerdotal duty. I'm a minister of you. I'm an extension of you. I'll go deal with that sick family. I'll go deal with that funeralized family. I'll go deal with the issue of that domestic violence, unless you need to come while you still study and stay there. You've trained me to do it. I'm going to go do it, but you stay there in front of that word, because when I get done, I'm going to need that word out of you to heal me and strengthen me and fix me and show me how to do this rightly and not gossip about the things that I've heard. See, there's a difference. I didn't need your seat. I needed the seed so I can continue to feed even my own family. There's a difference. I wish I had somebody that knew what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. I do.
I don't mean to preach. I'm not trying to preach. I'm so sorry. So that's what Sabbath and all the weirdness of what I just said, that's what Sabbath helps us to do. Am I seeking clout? Am I seeking scepter? Am I seeking seat? Am I seeking fame? Am I seeking fortune? Or am I seeking life? Sabbath helps to reset us. Am I trying to be the next person to come out with the next great 20 million, 30 million viewers so I could be noted around the world because our dynamic of preaching has changed? Am I still searching for likes? No, don't let that be it. That's what Sabbath does. It helps us check ourselves on a regular, every 7 days. It helps us to register what we've learned, arguments that we have with loved ones, disagreements and antagonistic viewpoints we have with anyone in our genre. I had to catch myself watching a series, and there's a gentleman in the series over the week, and I was binging on this series because it helps me to watch certain series that are out there being purported to our public on these these entertainment channels. And I know if it's popular and this is what everybody's talking about on social media, I'll go watch it so I can see what the message is subliminally and directly, so that when I teach to you and your children about what you're viewing, because what you're viewing is what becomes your lifestyle. It becomes a part of your actual life. It starts to play out in your life, and everything you're taking in, you're bringing in your home, you're also going to give it out. So what's in you going to come out here, right? So what you're watching, I got to make sure, okay, how do we explain to them that this isn't biblical, though it's entertaining? And here's how the subliminal message of evil is creeping into you, right? So hear the statement they made. Now hear the writ and what it says about that statement. Though it was funny and presented with all the bells and whistles, you laughed and rolled, and it's a meme and it's rolling all over the world. Here is what it's causing. See, that's why I watch television or programming. So there's just one situation, and though that's my principle for doing it in some cases, I had to check myself this week. I'm like, you know what, there's this one person who comes on pushing a narrative that, again, is against biblical principle. Some people think he's funny. I think it's completely disgusting. It ain't the genre he's from. It's their way of what they do. And I had to catch myself. Are you judging them, or are you judging the writers who gave them that job to act like that? Because whenever I see that person on a scene, I'll fast forward all the way through the series just to get past the parts he's in. Because his part has nothing to do with the theme of the actual storyline. So you're ancillary, you're a distraction, and then you're ignorant. So I zoomed past it. I had to catch myself. I'm now catching a tood with this dude because of the script he's paid to portray, even though he portrays it the way he does, because in real life, he may live it. I had to stop myself there and say, am I judging this man? Am I projecting onto him the fact that he plays this role so well? It must be the way he lives. Y'all know there's actors and actresses that can do that. They play certain roles because that's the way they are. And it's necessary for this scene that cinematography is making. But at the end of the day, I had to catch myself. So if this is a part of life, and though you deem it ancillary to the storyline and theme, you still have to understand that this is the way the world is seeing things. So you're going to miss the opportunity to minister to that people who find this the life of the story, which shows you how off base many people can be. So I had to check that. And that I got in this Sabbath. So that's my lesson for today. This is the day Yahweh made, that I can come in, be redirected, reset, revisit, taken back to square one, and saying not about anybody else, but about me, introspectively. How do I look in your sight? I wish I had I just need about 10 people to type in, Yahweh, how do I look in your sight? Boom. I'm not going to have y'all do nothing I won't do. And we're on a personal study time anyway. Now, we haven't studied Come on, I just need 10 people. I'm not going to go forward until I see 10. I see you, DeAndrea. Hey, lady. Good to see you, DeAndrea. Right, Grace. Come on. I see some more. I don't see 10 up there yet. I just need to see 10. I don't need as many people's on. I just need to see 10. I see you. I see you, Simone. I see you, Yolanda. I see you, Longsworth. I see you, Apostle. I just need 10. Come on in, Bailey. I see you. Come on, Bailey. Come on. Lean into it, Phillips. I see you, Ben. I just need 10. I don't need everybody. I just need 10 to type it in. Yahweh, how do I look in your sight? See, that's what Sabbath really is saying in many cases for many of us. Yahweh, I know you made me, and Yahweh, I've been working for 6 days, and I don't know if I've been really demonstrating and manifesting and causing the image of you to go forward in the world. How do I look in your sight? And then he introspectively takes you back. Ruach HaKodesh brings back to your remembrance all things. I see you, Felton. I see you, Hicks. I see you, Jenkins. I see you, Sneed. Listen, he's like letting you know. And that's what Sabbath is about. And that's why it's too important for your progress in life to not sit down somewhere and be quiet in him and let him tell you what needs to be done in this process. Make sense? So with that being said, Yahweh, how do I look in your sight? We can make that a t-shirt. I like that on some merch. Quote, Yahweh, Sabbath, : how do I look in your sight? See, that every Sabbath, that's what you're doing. Like, Father, here I come. I come to you. I need thee. Oh, I need thee. So you come in the Sabbath and you say, Father, how do I look in your sight? Father, how have I done in your sight? Father, have I been pleasing to your word? Have I done what's supposed to be done? Am I on the right track? That's what Sabbath is about. And when you sit in it, you don't worry about other people. You worry about you and how you engage other people. And will your interactions, positively or negatively, affect their view of the Father? Anybody want to talk about that? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
So what do we do?
Amen.
So what do we do? All right. Somebody got to turn down your background. So I need you to understand that what we have to do is make it our business before we get into anybody else's business or even into our own projected trajectory of business, and first get down to business as to how we look to the Father. And y'all know what? Can I tell y'all the truth? Hey there, Larry Harris. I see you, bro. You know what we got to be real with sometimes, y'all? The fact that we ain't as good as we think we are. We don't look as good as we think we look.
Yep.
Some people will hype you up and gas you up just to make you even look more crazy than you are, and they be laughing about you the whole time in the backfield. And you thinking you right on point. They done gassed you up, hyped you up. Got you, they done gassed up the Yugo in you. Anybody know what a Yugo is? Remember the Yugo car years ago?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Minister Wanda, find me a Yugo, make it a tile real quick. Can you do that real fast? Find me a Yugo. Type in Yugo, 1980, 70. Can you find one? Give me a copy of a Yugo, a picture of a Yugo, and make it a tile. Mm-hmm. And put on there gas it up, and there you go. All right, I want you to type that word in there. Gas it up, it quotations, there you go. I'll put it on the board for you so you can see it. So you got people in your life who will gas you up, know you look a mess, hype you up, say, look at him. Oh yeah, bro, man, that's the boy. You know you doing it. Look Look at this joker. I'm man, bro. I heard you, boy. Yeah. All right, get it on, man. I'll holler at you. This joker. Y'all don't know people like y'all know people like who would gas you up, and there you go.
Yes.
Some of y'all, the guilt kicked in. Okay, maybe it's us. Maybe we the gas pump. Okay.
Go ahead, preacher.
Apostle Walker, you got it. She's like, oh my God, you go. Gas you up, and there you go. Mm-hmm. Nobody else thought that was funny? I thought that was funny.
I thought it was funny because I've done it myself. I was wrong, and I was, Ed, go ahead, just laughing at how crazy they was sounding.
Spot on.
What'd you say? Who's that? Jordan, what'd you say, bro?
Said spot on.
You said spot on. Okay. Karen, what'd you say?
I just said that was hilarious. I'm still laughing.
Yeah. And to Elder Rogers' point, are we in righteousness with that? Or do we not have an obligation, should it be presented us without us gassing them up and egging them on because we don't want to deal with them and we're gassing them up to get them away from us? Should we have done that? It'd have been better not to say anything at all. If you ain't got nothing good to say, even though what you're saying is encouraging them, if it ain't good for them, it's something that ain't good to say. So if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all, especially if you're not willing to tell bro, tell sis, tell cousin, tell co-worker. That's not a good look for you. You might want to rethink that. If you ain't got the heart, the courage, or the inclination to do that, then you have nothing good to say. So don't say nothing at all. And definitely don't gas them up and send them on their way with some tomfoolery.
Apostle Rogers, you are so right. When I learned better, one of the same people, they were just a preacher. I said, Lord have mercy, help them. But even still, they thought that I was encouraging them, and I was. You're trying
to preach them down and encouraging them. Lord, help them, God, help them. Yes, right. See, she gets it. Yeah, right there in the pulpit, lying. You know he ain't teaching right. No, she ain't teaching right. There you go.
I thought I was doing.
You thought you was doing them a favor in public, helping them out. Didn't want them to look bad, baby. You're doing terrible. But listen, God, I gotta have somebody else think I'm with you in the corner. You got to have some kind of a man, not an amen, but a man corner.
A minor.
Yeah, that part right there. So
I'm sorry.
No, who was that? Who was that?
Karen.
Hey, Karen, they don't be sorry, but what's your thought?
I'm sorry, my mind went back to the Super Bowl with Kendrick
Yeah,
Lamar,
I'm sure.
Minor.
A minor. Yeah. You know? So that's the thing we got to really understand about it. So if you ain't got nothing good to say, even though what you might say might not sound like you mean it, if it ain't meant for good, it ain't a good thing to say.
Amen.
Just me and Elder Rogers gonna be on this. Can anybody talk to the fact that if it doesn't mean good, no matter how good you make it sound, it ain't a good thing to say?
Sure enough.
I think they done tuned out. Okay. So
that's just another form of hypocrisy.
It is. It's a form of backstabbing. It's also a form of what is it? Embarrassment. Because when they realize you gas them up, because somebody out there is gonna push to them and say, bro, who got you thinking you that's you and that spandex works? That ain't a good look, bro. And you just left your circle of friends who gassed you up and told you, yo, man, I ain't never seen nobody wear spandex like that. Oh, bro, you killing the game. Go, man, go. I gotta go to man, hurry up and get down there and get back. And then they get down to the store and the security guard's like, are you mentally okay? Why are you in spandex, bro? What is going on? That is not a good look on you. And now to know that 3 other people heard the security guard like, I don't know what they was thinking. Your mirror lied to you. Your peers lied to you. You gonna feel bad. You are heartbroken at this point. Oh, y'all not gonna talk to me. She said, check the chat.
I'm attempting to hold it together. I'm here.
Which one, Apostle?
Check your email, sir.
I got that. Someone find out from yeah, this was the Yugo. Y'all might remember the Yugo now. I'm gonna give it to y'all in a second. Change the lyric for me. Change all quotes, all caps, change it, gas it up, and there you go. All right.
Say it again.
Gas, quotation mark, all caps, it, quotation mark, and there you go. Okay.
Type it out for me so it'll be accurate.
I think you got it. You're fine.
Okay.
Thank you. And so, Apostle, what were you saying about check the chat on YouTube? Someone help me out here. What are we searching for?
I believe she was referring to me.
Yes.
What are we looking for?
I think she was referring to the fact that I said check your email.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. I didn't see check my email. Sorry. Thank you, Apostle. Okay, I see it now. All right. Thank you. Deandra Grice, she gets it. She says, if it doesn't mean good, y'all think we need to make that a quote too. If what you say doesn't mean good, then it is not a good thing to say, right? Thanks, Apostle Walker.
Oh, true.
I'm glad you caught that, DeAndrea. All right, so remember why we here, because this is the day. What does that mean? This is the day. It ain't the song we have so fallen in love with just to start our praise and worship devotion segment. And it's disgraceful how we've used that song to start devotions in our churches at large within Christendom. And if y'all don't understand what I'm saying, please catch me and catch my attention. Clubhouse, come off mic and say, hey, Apostle, say your name, right? Say your name, and I promise you I'll deal with it. But if you don't know what I mean by this, as an ex-devotion leader, as a trainer of ensembles for devotions and specializing in devotions, we would use that phrase, starting service. Come on, everybody, let's get together. This is the day that the Lord has made. And everybody start getting that chorus and that rhythm, and we just getting into it. And then the music kickers and the Hammond player and the drummers on cue, and we singing it. And now we go into our next part of worship song. I love you, I love you, I love you, Lord, today. And then devotions is on its way, right? But we've misused a song of so much more importance by reminding us of that day. Because it's not the day you singing on Wednesday night Bible study, on Thursday prayer meeting, or Sunday night service. It's not that day. It's the Sabbath. This is that day Yahweh has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, when you understand that the day of Shabbat is a day that you and I will be re-strengthened, we will take time to check ourselves, be 100 with ourselves, check our motives, see what we really did, stop trying to justify the way we responded. Yes, there may be somebody who's wrong, but even in their wrong, did you respond to them right? Though you may be socially justified to do whatever it is you did, and anybody else will be like, yo, no, she justified. He justified in what he said because they came at him. You know what I mean? He went at him back. Hey, he was right. They asked for it. He gave them that smoke. You brought the fire. They dropped that water on it. So at the end of the day, you may be justified socially, but in the sight of Elohim for the kingdom propagation, where were we? Where are we? That's what Sabbath does for us. It helps us check ourselves. Because objectively, we're supposed to be trying to promote the kingdom. And the kingdom isn't demonstrated in that way. The kingdom loves your brother, forgives your brother. Socially, we can say, yo, man, don't ever call me. Don't ever check with me. Don't ever talk to me again, bro. We done right here. It's dead. All right. I ain't going to see you hurt, but man, don't even bother talking to me. We ain't got nothing to say to each other. And then we make these little memes up. You know, just because you forgave somebody don't mean you got to deal with them again. Okay. Just because you considered this and as we like to say, you know, if your brother offends you, restore such a one in the spirit of meekness, considering yourself, lest you also, right? And so we're like, yeah, but just because you restore them don't mean you got to re-engage with them. And it don't mean that. But when that's coming out of your very being, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, then the principles of righteousness are only being used as a mask to get you over your little bit of pain because they did you in public wrong. And at the end of the day, like they did Messiah, wrong in public, he still literally forgave them. Watch this. And anybody who repented, he didn't send them to hell. He restored them to the bosom of what righteous reward would look like. We don't do that. That's what Sabbath helps us to remember. First thing Messiah did when he got on that cross was, Father, forgive them, for they don't even know what they're doing. This is necessary to get me to the cross. They don't know that they're doing that. Forgive them. And then, even if he dies and they don't know what he did, they don't know what they're doing, should he die and then they finally realize who he was and they repent, he still embraces them and tells the Father, bring them into your place of glory. That's called restoring. We don't do that. We say it because we heard it preached in the church. We don't mean it. Tell that trick to get away from me. Tell that clown to say, no, don't let them near me. And though it's socially justifiable, but kingdom-wise, ooh, have I sinned? If a brother or a sister is overtaken in the fault, you who are spiritual, restore. Oops. Such a one in the spirit of meekness. And don't make them feel like they owe you and they got to rebuild trust with you. Oh, y'all not going to talk to me. I'm going to fill the chat myself. Y'all cool. I'm going to fill the chat myself. There we go. You that are spiritual, restore such a one in the spirit of meekness, considering yourself, lest you also be tempted. But socially, because of how we were raised and what we deal with in the social sphere, which is outside of our spiritual sphere sometimes, or we isolate in that, we turn around and we are like, well, I can forgive them because God said to forgive them, but that's all I'm doing. I ain't doing nothing else. I forgive them. Fine. I ain't going to hurt them. I ain't going to punch them in the face, but that's that. Kick rocks with open-toed sandals. Now you want them to hurt their feet? I was that person, because I'll tell you in a minute, man, kick rock with open-toed sandals on. That's what we do. That's the social justification, but yet we claim we are kingdom. And in the kingdom, I'm supposed to, because I'm so spiritual, If I'm claiming to be as spiritual and discerning as I am, can that person be changed by one act of love toward them and then become your best peer ever in life? Yes, they can, but do I want to take that chance? No, man, because they hurt me too bad. See, there's a difference when you stay away from them because you want Yahweh to heal them, you want Yahweh to bless them, but you done been through too much with them. I don't want you dead no more. I don't want to rip out your throat. I don't want to rip out your esophagus. I don't want to. You hear me saying all these things of vitriol because that's the way you're thinking when someone's offended you. This is practical life in the kingdom. This is what Sabbath is all about. How do I really conduct myself when I've been offended, though I am a kingdom presenter? And then a presenter of the presentations of the kingdom. And yet I'm still feeling inside of me when someone gets under my skin and they're purposefully trying to attack and troll and do all this stuff and unnecessarily do too much with and about my name, my family, my people, my money, my jobs, and everything like that. Look, man, you about to get this smoke. Why are you coming to me? I ain't trying to start nothing, but I promise you I'll finish it. And until you understand, even that has to be drawn in. Messiah is a demonstration of that kingdom principle. And because he was so spiritual, he forgave such a one in spirit of meekness, considering himself. So this is what we got to realize. We too often, unbeknownst to us, go off of social justification, adorned in righteous indignation, but never understand the instruction of righteousness as an implication, thereby an application, because we're still living off of the adornment of the justification socially. Does that make sense to anybody, or did I just say too many words?
Makes sense. Making sense.
So the Sabbath is a day that helps us to reset ourselves, to check ourselves, to try and say, you know what, Yahweh, I'm going to do better these next 7 days. Yes, mercies are new every morning. Truly they are. But at the end of the day, the Sabbath day is to help you with each of the 6 days. 6 days, a commandment. 6 days shall a man work. But the seventh day is the day of rest. Sometimes it's a workout dealing with your own children. Sometimes it's a workout dealing with your spouse. Whoosh, you know, some of y'all say, you right. It's work dealing with your own company. It's work dealing with a company that you didn't form, but you got to work for. It's work driving up the highway, keeping yourself from road rage. 6 days you deal with all of that, but the seventh day, back up away from all of that and just come sit with the Father so he can show you how to view all these things differently and what to extract from them and carry forward with you. What to leave parked right there where you dropped it and what to carry out of the bag. Drop the bag, but take certain pieces out of the bag, tuck it in your new bag for the week and go. What did we learn from that? What did you learn about yourself first and foremost? That's what Sabbath is about. And a lot of times it just requires for us to read the writ. He'll show us in the writ. So for the first piece of Bible, after 1 hour and 20 minutes of talking, do y'all think, did I waste your time talking to y'all like this? Just waste your time.
No, absolutely not.
Not at all.
Thank you.
You'd be welcome.
Rogers.
So what we want to do is go to Genesis chapter number 1. And I want us to understand what Yahweh is saying about the day of Sabbath. Remember the original quote that we had from earlier on today. Sabbath is not about religion. Sabbath is not just for your denomination or your ethnicity. Sabbath is about life of all things Elohim created. The Sabbath day was made for humanity's dominion. The first human. Let me ask a question. I want y'all to type in the answers. I want y'all to come off mic, say the answers. I need y'all to work with me on this one. Can I get you to participate for just a few moments? Here's the question. So if Sabbath was, y'all come on, get ready, get near your mics. Come on. I know y'all walking all around the house with your little clubhouse thing on. Get near the microphone. Carry the phone with you. Do something. Get near it. Come on. Get ready. Type up. Come on. Come back to your laptops. You're gonna type it in too. I want you to type in the answers. Watch this. If in fact Sabbath was about your religion, whether you were Jew, Greek, Mennonite, Christian, Roman Catholic Christian, if Sabbath has nothing to do with your religion or your ethnicity. So here's the question. If Yahweh gave man his tool to keep dominion, called the Sabbath, was Adam of any specific ethnicity? Yes or no?
No.
Was Adam of any specific race other than human?
No.
Did Adam have options to other religions when he was made?
No.
So Adam is human. Sabbath was given to humanity.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense? I need an answer. Make sense? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So the Sabbath ain't about your ethnicity. It ain't about whether you are SDA, Messianic Jew, Orthodox Jew, Christian, Jesus only, Methodist, Baptist, Presbyterian. It ain't about none of that. It ain't about whether or not you are quote unquote Israeli, quote unquote Egyptian, quote unquote American. It's got nothing to do, Chinese. It got nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with you being a human. Even the animals obey Sabbath because they're under human domain. But the human won't ever take his proper seat and have the meeting with the giver of all life. That's what Sabbath is about. So Shabbat is not about your religion. Sabbath is about being with and being in the Creator's care. And we always talk about, oh, I pray to God. That's cute. It is. It's good to pray. Men will always pray and not faint. However, the Sabbath day is a day that your prayer, I promise you, gets on high. It is in his ear because you're having a conversation with the Father, not about Jimmy down the street, not about your boss who gets on your nerve, not about a politician you didn't think that should have made it. You get to talk to the Father about you. Life is going to life. Life is lifing. No matter what you do, how you deal with life is what makes you righteous. Make that a quote. Life is always going to be lifing, but how you deal with life is what makes you righteous. Quote. So I need us to understand that. I need us to be sort of kind of in agreement with that. That Sabbath isn't about my religion. Oh, you a seventh day, you a Sabbath keeper, you a seventh day, you do. No, it ain't about being that. Yes, as a human, all of you are supposed to be. That's the way he made you. You don't believe me? Now we go to the Bible. Can I go to the Bible? Can we talk about Torah, not just the Bible, but the actual book of the beginning of human existence? So there are people who believe that humanity is so many thousands and hundreds of thousands of years old and 10 and 30,000 years old, and there were other humans on the planet. Dear heart, my faith in the creator of heaven and earth and all that therein dwells left me a record that does not say man has been on the planet for more than 7,000 years. He has not been on the planet for more than 7,000 years. My faith, according to the book of beginnings, Genesis, in Hebrew, Bereshit, indicates that after the ice age, he made man to have dominion. Then he gave man the tool to keep dominion, which was Sabbath, which, because we don't keep it, we don't have dominion. Let's talk about it from the writings of the faith we are a part of. Now, if you're not a part of this faith, this is a story of foolishness to some of you. And that's cool. We here believe earnestly that this book, Bereshit, is the book of beginnings. This book, Bereshit, is a part of the Torah, which is the word of Elohim. So when we read what the book of Torah states, what the book of Bereshit states, look at it closely. Genesis chapter 1. Now, I had a lot of fun with you today, but now we're going to get serious with the word. So in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Verse 1, Genesis 1:1, Bereshit 1:1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. The earth was without form. It was void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. Okay. Now, if we go down now further here to verse number 20, we're talking about day number 5. Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life. Let the fowl that fly above the earth and the firmament of the heaven. And Elohim then created great whales. He created living creatures that moves with which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, every winged fowl after his kind. It was good. Elohim saw that it was good. Verse 22, Elohim then blessed those things in day 5, saying, be fruitful, multiply, fill the waters in the seas, and let the fowl multiply in the earth. Verse 23, and the evening and the morning were day 5. Verse 24, Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, the beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. Verse 25, Elohim made the beast of the earth and after his kind. Elohim made the cattle after his kind. There and every living and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. Elohim saw that it was good. Verse 26, Elohim then said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. Verse 26 again. Elohim said, let us make human in our image after our likeness. If you go back to verse number 23, 24, and Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. Verse 25, Elohim made the beast of the earth after the beast of the earth kind, the cattle after the cattle of the earth kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after the kind of everything that creeps on the earth. He saw that it was good. But notice verse 26, when Elohim, verse 26, said, let us make man in our image. So that means there was no man prior to this man, because he was very specific in verses 24 and 25 in day 6, that the things that were called forth had already been created after their kind. So I read verse 24 again for those that might have missed that. Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after the living creature's kind, cattle and creeping thing, and the beast of the earth after cattle, creeping thing, beast of the earth kind. And it was so. You said, well, it says his. Watch. Elohim made the beast of the earth after the beast of the earth's kind, the cattle after the cattle's kind, everything that creeps upon the earth after everything that creeps upon the earth's kind. Elohim saw it was good. Verse 26. Elohim then said, let us make man in our image. There's a very distinct differentiation. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So, verse 27, Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him, male and female created he them. So right there indicates that the male and the female were in one pulchritude. Verse 28. For those of you who don't get that part, you then have to go to Genesis chapter number 5 to understand verse 27. Do y'all want to go to Genesis chapter 5 to understand Genesis 1:27? I need permission to move because we teaching and reading.
Yes, sir.
Why y'all want to go? Y'all want to go because I suggested, or y'all really curious? And why are you curious?
Wanting the word.
That ain't.
Gotta know.
Need an understanding.
Fair enough. Let's go. So Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. I want y'all to type this in. Somebody put it on YouTube. Somebody put it in a chat on Clubhouse. I want y'all to put it in. Genesis 1:27 equals Genesis 5:1-3. Got it? Genesis 1:27 is explained in Genesis 5:1-3. Again, Genesis 1:27 is explained in Genesis 5:1-3. Got it? So I'm hoping that everybody has grasped that, understood that, and looking towards that. Is making sense? Anybody? Yes, no, maybe so. Hello.
Oh,
All right.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
So Genesis 1:27 is Genesis 5:1-3. Now pay attention to it because here comes the writ. All right, so Genesis chapter number 5. All right, I'm gonna read 1:27 one more time. So Elohim created man in his own image. Elohim created man in the image of Elohim. That's how he made him. Male and female created he them, right? Now, Genesis 5:1-3 states, this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day, not the days, but in the day that Elohim created mankind, in the likeness of Elohim made he Adam. Verse 2, listen closely. Male and female created he them. Now I'm going to come to you guys on screen. I need an answer. Did not Genesis 1:27 just state Elohim made male and female created he them? Did that not just get quoted in Genesis 1:27?
yes.
So now Genesis 5 verses 1-3 makes this a reference as well. Look at what he says. Genesis 5:2, male and female created he them. There's the quote. Verse continues. And he baruch them, he blessed them, and he called, listen, he called male and female, male and female is plural, he called there is plural, name is singular, Adam. So the first human being that we call Adam was both male and female in one pulchritude. Thus you have man, the outer being, which is protective and a provider, and then you have the female womb man. So in the pulchritude of one human is the masculine and the womb is the feminine. Male and female created he them. He called their name Adam. You don't get Ishai or Eve until after Yahweh pulls in Sabbath Ishai, the womb man, out of the man. Anybody learning anything?
I'm learning. It's right there in the book.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
So now let's continue to read this because this stuff gets really good to me. So Genesis chapter 5, verse number 2, male and female created he them. That correlates with Genesis 1:27. He says he blessed them. He called their, male and female, their name Adam in the day when they were created. Now look at verse 3, because that will help you with why I stressed verses 24 and verses 25 of Genesis 1. Look at verse 3. It will explain why I stress so hard verses 24 and 25 of chapter 1. Adam lived 130 years. He begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, called his name Seth, after his image, after his likeness.
Montgomery.
Are y'all understanding this now? Is this just slowing y'all down a little bit? So why do I say this, Apostle? Why do you jump on this way? What are you trying to get us to understand? Just like when Genesis 1:24 and 25, and Elohim called the creeping things after their kind. Now Adam is creating after his kind. Though Adam was created after the likeness of Elohim, now the version of the likeness and the image of Elohim, Adam, is now producing after his kind. Some of y'all think that that's just unnecessary, don't y'all? I promise you it's not. Because of that, Yahweh can't let man fix it. Man can't fix his own problem. If Adam had had a son, a seed giver, in Adam's state of innocency, Adam could have had that seed giver be what would equate to, as Messiah's job would be, a redemptive mechanism for humanity. But Adam doesn't have a child in innocency as well as in his disobedience. He has all of his children after his disobedience. Therefore, every child from him is going to come out disobedient. Thus, you and I are born dead on arrival. But if he had a child, prior to his failure, that seed giver would have been, in fact, one who is, as we know, alive, able to redeem. Moderators, able to redeem, able to fix, able to be used by Elohim to bring redemption to humanity, because Adam would have had a child in innocency, and therefore the power for deliverance would have been able to be manifested through that child. That's why Yahweh said, I can't use Adam's seed. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. I'm going to put seed in another incubator. No disrespect, women. I'm not being disrespectful, but that's process, because the seed of the man, the spermatozoa, must entangle with the ovary, the eggs, and the eggs are in the womb. The womb is an incubator. The womb is a birthing canal. It's a pathway. So I got to put seed, what I want duplicated in the earth, into the incubator to reproduce what the seed is. So Adam's seed, because he disobeyed, is already contaminated. I can't use Adam's seed to bring righteousness anymore. So I got to give mankind a seed of righteousness. And now I reproduce that in the earth once. Are y'all learning anything?
Yes. Yeah.
Anybody want to expound on it?
Yes, I do, Montgomery.
Go, Montgomery.
I just have a question because I always wondered about this. Now, when it comes to Seth, it says that it was his own seed, but what about Cain and Abel?
All right, so I'm glad you brought that up. So let's go back and read it, and I want y'all to pay attention and don't try to be churchy. None of y'all. Read the writ. The writ made no mistake. The writ did not give you anything else to go on. We just had a preconceived thought about Adam and his sons. Watch what the writ tells you in plain sight. Genesis chapter, I'm glad you brought this up, prophetess. Genesis chapter number 5. Let's look at it. Come on, get on your Bible. Let go. Genesis chapter 5, verse 1. And this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him, Adam. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, called their name, Adam, in the day when they were created. Verse 3, Adam lived 100. Listen, was Adam born? Let me ask this question first off before we get started. Was Adam born?
No.
Y'all believe that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all sound questionable.
I believe it.
Yeah, we believe it.
I believe it. I don't know who that was that said, I believe it. Who was that said, I believe it? That sounds questionable. Who was that? I want to know who that was. I'm not going to put you on blast. Don't say your name.
No,
So listen.
I said, yeah, we believe it.
Why you believe it, though?
The word
told us he wasn't born.
Oh, so you believe he wasn't born because the word told you he wasn't born.
The word says he was created.
Okay, so then to Wanda's point, we believe he wasn't born because the word said he wasn't born. He was created. Correct?
Correct.
Not enough of y'all liking that. Not enough of y'all hearing that. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many of y'all stay on business with that?
10 toes down.
10 toes down.
So y'all need to have that same energy about every other myth being taught in church that the word doesn't say. And the reason we don't know what the word doesn't say is because we're not reading the word. We're listening to somebody present the word. Let's go read it about Seth. Look closely. Stand on business. Have that same energy. The word says so. That's what the word said. Verse 3. Adam lived. Adam didn't have the problem you and I have. Adam was never born. He was a grown man when he was made a man with seed, childbearing abilities, child carrying abilities, child producing abilities, and so was Ishai when she was pulled from the womb. The womb man was pulled and given her own pulchritude. So understand, they were made adult, capable of reproducing and procreating life. Everybody say amen.
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 Now look at the word. So Adam was made at that stage capable of having children, right? So verse number 3, Adam lived 130 years. And then he begat a son in his own likeness, after his own image, and he called his name Seth. So was that Adam's firstborn?
No, it wasn't.
Why wasn't it? Because y'all heard about Cain and Abel?
Yes.
So was Cain his firstborn? Was Abel his firstborn?
We don't know.
Come on, y'all, talk to me. Y'all getting real quiet. I asked this for a reason. I want these questions to be noted.
No clue. In Genesis 4, it says that Cain and Abel were born before Seth.
So Cain and Abel were born before Seth. In chapter 5, verse 3, Adam lived 136 years and had Seth. So how many children in 136 years do you think Adam had?
A lot. Many.
Notice he says Adam, not Adam and Ishai. Yeah, I took it there.
Oh.
And the plot thickens.
Oh my. And 5
I
verse 4.
don't know who I'm talking to. Who's talking? Montgomery, go.
And it says, in the day of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters.
So it indicts very clearly what we're talking about. So before we get off on that, I want to make sure we are understanding Adam having children is not based on the Sunday school stories you and I have been told. Abel and Cain have no proof that they were the firstborn. Seth is not his third son. How do we know that? Because the story of Cain and Abel. Cain was worried about other brothers killing him because of what would have been told about Abel. So we don't know who the first son of Adam was. And when we talk about Adam having sons and daughters, daughters prior to the Torah are in fact incubators for seed giving, not relegated to that, but that is a part of it all. And so what we've done is we've made narrative for convenience, put it into a storybook, and then it fed it to us as children. And we took that and ran with it. And that's our preconceived knowledge. That's what we cut our teeth on. So when we read the writ, that's the only perspective we see it from. And that's what throws off the cues. And a lot of the skewing is messed up because of how we've perceived the narrative that normalize the image that Christendom and the teachers of Christendom, though meaning good, left us with. So now you think Abel was the first son, Cain was the first son, Seth was the third son. He just told you the man lived, never was born, 136 years. Then he had a son named Seth. Adam didn't say that, what's the girl name? Ishai. Doesn't say that Eve was Seth's mom.
No, it didn't.
Regina. You ain't got to drink it like that. For real, Apostle? So we really need to go back to verse 4, the last 25 and 26.
So in verse 4 of Matthew chapter of Genesis chapter 5, and the days of Adam after, listen to the part. This is the reason I stopped it. Look at this verse. And the days of Adam, after he had Seth, 136 years later, Adam lived 800 years and begat sons and daughters. I really want to say something else, but if I say it, y'all gonna find me rude and crude and just unnecessary. This man's 900 years old, still having babies.
Charged to keep our health. Hey, God, we didn't put
he is empowered to duplicate, to multiply humanity in the earth. That's his charge. So all those years until Yahweh comes in and makes these stipulations, stipulations with both Noah and with the next key marker was Moshe. Time changes, lifespan changed with Noah, and it changed with Moshe. Some of y'all don't know that, because by the time Noah came, man wouldn't live 900 years. Man would live 120. Then when Moshe came, Yahweh implicated man will only live 70. You wonder why I'm taking my time and saying this, and y'all like, why he acting all deep? Because it's important. And that's why we're not reading the Bible rightly. So the average life for man in Adam's day, I mean, literally, if you took the average of the lives that you have recorded in the logs and the ledgers of who was what in the genealogies that we have posted by record, the average life then is like 600 years, 700 years old. The average life at Noah's day, because of the wickedness that the people kept doing, Yahweh cut it down. No more hundreds and hundreds of years. Man will live to be 120. By the time Moshe shows up, after again the unrighteousness, Yahweh then says man will only live 70. Because Moshe lived to be 120. Yahweh stipulated, verbally said, man will live to be 70 from here on out. Does that strike anybody as like, I'm this day old learning that? Okay.
Yes. Yes. Rogers.
So now, prophetess Montgomery.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So when we talk about Genesis chapter 5, verse number 3, Adam lived 136 years. He then had a son called Seth. Verse 4, Adam's in the days after Adam, he had begotten Seth, was 800 years. So Adam is apparently 936 years old when he's dead. Did any of y'all know how old he was? No. And something that's very hard to swallow, because we have laws today that govern the mindset and the cultural effects of today's societies, is that it does not indicate Adam had all his children by Eve. So if Adam didn't have all of his children by Eve, and please, we're not trying to be perverted. We're not endorsing anything that is against the day's laws. There is Torah that interjects and changes what took place in the multiplication of humanity before the Torah. And now after the Torah, we obey the rules and laws of Torah where incest and all that stuff is wrong in the sight of Elohim, but we get that at the time of Torah. But prior to Torah, in Adam's days, if Ishai is not the mother of all of Adam's children, any other person that Adam had children with would have been what? You ain't got to say it out loud. Let it be rhetorical. So Adam is having sons and daughters. All his sons are having sons and daughters because there's a commission, there's a charge. Be fruitful. Watch this. Now multiply yourselves in the earth. That process was done by natural human urge and particular functionality of producing children. But what we've done in our human knowledge of good and evil, lawmaking, morality causing minds erases that reality, or at least makes attempt not to discuss it, address it as to why certain things are done. Now we have this other narrative. Well, how did Adam have other children? If in fact, how did Adam have other children? There must have been other people on the planet, because Seth in his storyline, if you go to Genesis chapter 6, Seth in his storyline found the daughters of men on the planet acceptable, and they went in unto them, because Seth's children and Seth, the people that come from Seth, were renowned men. Now you got people calling them angels that have come down, and that's who the sons of God saw. That's who the sons of God were. No, what happens in this passage is different what happened in other. So Seth is a son of God because Yahweh makes a specific notation of all of Adam's sons. Think about it. How many sons do you think Adam would have had in 136 years? Just Cain and Abel?
No. More than that.
So why would you think Seth gets earmarked?
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. But
the point to that is he is earmarked and noted because Seth and his children are the ones who begin to call upon the name of Yahweh.
Yeah, right.
That's why he's highlighted. Calling upon the name of Yahweh, anything that came from Seth, learned it the way Seth learned it. Adam and Ishai knew about Yahweh. Of course, they are part of the field in the garden. But Seth and his began to like, yo, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. Call upon the name of Yahweh. And they're living by the ways Yahweh is instructing them, however that works. Adam's advice, whoever, Eve's advice, and other brothers and sisters' advice. But they are depending on the ways of Yahweh. And that's why they were known as men of renown. You got doctrines mixing it up with them being angels. The renowned men are angels. And that's not what they were. Oh, well, if you go read the book of Enoch, that's cute. That's not what Enoch indicts. Read it again. Slowly this time. And then go read Jude. Angels can't interact with humans to produce children of humanity. Make it make sense. Because that version doesn't. Seth and his sons were the men of renown who saw the other daughters of the men of the earth, because they were from the earth as well, and they went in unto them, because they would always be up calling and unto Elohim, unto Yahweh, right? And they come down and they began to do what was necessary. So angels are not capable of having relationships with a human being to the point of bringing forth children. Matter of fact, they, as Messiah states, once you're in heaven, well, the Pharisees try to trap him in a story, and they said, well, there's a cultural piece that we have that says, you know, if a man has a family and he marries a woman and he dies before bringing up a seed to his name, then his brother must marry his wife upon his death, and until they make a seed and raise that seed to the dead brother. And so he had 6 brothers plus himself, and she, because they never brought a child forth, went through all 6, married all 6 by law, by culture, nothing wrong, nothing lewd. This is our culture. And so when she gets to heaven, having no child by any of the 7, which one will be her wife, her husband? Which of the 7 dead sons, when she finally dies and gets to righteousness, will be her husband? Messiah says you do error in not knowing the scriptures because you're stuck in your culture on earth. But in scriptures, when they get to heaven, there'll be no marrying or giving in marriage. When you get to heaven, there'll be no baby making in heaven. The angels don't even make babies. There are no babies, angels on the planet, except a made up one called Cupid on Valentine's Day, February 14th, some craziness. There are no baby angels walking around with bow and arrows shooting people in the heart. Make it make sense. So when he says you do error in not knowing the scriptures, when they get to heaven, they will be like the angels. They're not married. There is no Mr. and Mrs. Angel. So angels don't have interactive power to create themselves. Got it? Then you go to Titus 6. The angels that lost their first estate trying to make a coup against Elohim in heaven. When Satan got kicked out of heaven, he fell like lightning from the stars. At the same time, he had his butt kicked out of heaven. The other angels were chained up and put under darkness until Yahweh will bring them before the great judge, before Yahweh brings them before judgment and cast them into the lake of fire. So the angels that fell from their first estate are not flying around on the earth as demons. The angels that fell from their first estate are not now, or were not then in Seth's day, coming down and having relationships with women of humanity. Because the children on the earth, you can call them Nephilims all you want. They're large people, and based on the regions that the people are in. But Nephilims are not angels in human flesh. An angel cannot have relationships with a human because the human has to produce after his kind. Make sense? These are the things you got to realize, you got to understand, you got to look at. Do me a favor. Can you get me a coconut water? Please. Thanks. So you got to understand that. They don't have that. Y'all not listening to me. Y'all nobody talking to me. Everybody quiet. Am I talking? Am I screaming? Am I too loud? Am I too harsh? I'm sorry. Not. So at the end of the day, you got to understand. So the men of renown, these men of renown that found, thanks, son. Appreciate you, man. That part. Go ahead. Good. Yeah. Yep. Thanks again. So these are the things that we got to look at. And this is why I had y'all stand on business about when I asked you guys, and Minister Wanda says, well, no, Adam wasn't born. He was made, because the word said, and someone else joined in, I don't know if it was Karen or Regina, and said that, the scripture says that he was made. Okay, so perfect. I need you to stand on that. So why don't you think he was born? Because the scripture said he was made, not born. So I want y'all to always stand on that same energy when you are trying to understand the thing that was done. The writ leaves nothing uncovered. It tells you exactly. The problem is we had imagery from our religious affiliations that have preceded anything that we read, and now we read what we read based on that preconceived idea, and we support it, never understanding that we were supposed to read the actual writ and let it create the imagery for us. We're going in with an imagery, trying to paint our imagery with the word, instead of letting the word tell us what our imagery should be. Does that make sense to anybody? Is it too much information? Carol Bailey says, I'm processing the information. Am I giving y'all too much? I'm sorry, because I got so much in me, and I ain't been teaching for a while, so it's just going to pour out me. I hope it don't confuse nobody. Is it too much information, Carol? Montgomery, go. Come on.
In chapter 4, the 25th verse, and maybe you can.
So now you jump to chapter 4:24. I think somebody else has a question while we're still in 5.
Chapter 24, because it says, let me get to it. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bared a son. And I'm not saying it's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
It says,
he bared his wife again.
His name Seth.
Mm-hmm. For
Elohim said, she has appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slaughtered.
Right. So verse 1 says, Adam knew Eve, his wife. She conceived and bare Cain. We're in Genesis chapter 4. Let me pull it up for you right now. Now, my point to you guys wasn't to say that Eve isn't the father. I'm just making sure that you all understand that the way we have been perceiving and having that preconceived idea is based on the fact that we think that all Adam and Eve's children came from Adam and Eve.
I think my point is not that. My point is that it speaks of
Eve
Cain
being
Abel.
Right.
Cain and Abel.
With Adam knowing his wife. Matter of fact, in verse 1 of Genesis 4, look at it. I put it on the screen so you guys can see it. It's not even a problem. It's just a fact. Adam knew Eve. his wife. She conceived, bare Cain, and said, I've gotten a man from Yahweh. Verse 2, she again bare his brother Abel. Abel was a keeper of sheep. Cain, a tiller of the ground. Verse 3, in process of time, it came to pass, Cain brought fruit of the ground for an offering. Now, let's move down. Where were you at in that verse? 20?
25.
That's where I want to be at, 24, right? So, yeah, 25. Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, called his name Seth. For Elohim said, she hath appointed me another seed. He hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son. He called his name Enos, and began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. These became the men of renown. Is that making sense?
I understand that part. I was just talking about the part where it says about instead of Abel and Cain. And we're trying, I know it's, I'm just trying to figure it all out.
No, there's nothing to figure out. Yeah, it's really not hard to figure out because you're doing fine. The point is, like you said, and the reason I said does it make sense, I wasn't really addressing your question. I was talking to the rest of them that may not have considered this. That verse 26, what I was referencing, you thought I was referencing something else, is that, and Seth, verse 26, chapter 4, verse 26, and Seth, and to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. And then men began to call upon the name of Yahweh. And those are the men to whom they were deemed renowned in the earth. All right. So the fact that they began to call upon, and it was indicted, it was shown and stated that they are, calling upon the name of Yahweh, means that there has to be some form of meditative value, some sort of setting themselves aside, making sure they're calling upon Yahweh almost religiously, to the point that these became men of renown in the society that had been thus far built and developed. Okay, so when you were referencing, tell me what verse you were going back to when you said, and Ishai and Adam did what instead of Cain?
Yes, 25.
20, verse 25.
Yes.
And Adam knew his wife and bare a son and called his name Seth. And then for Elohim, she said, has appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. So apparently Abel was like Seth in that he was honoring Yahweh to the point where he died because of the way he honored Yahweh. And even though Cain also knew what Yahweh would require, he gave a lacking offering, which is what chapter 4 is talking about. This is the Cain and Abel chapter. And therefore, in this process, she knew that Abel had this, this love for Elohim in a sense, and he was killed because he honored Elohim, and Cain didn't. And Cain got in his feelings about whatever. I don't know why he was mad at Abel, but he ends up killing Abel. And Abel was apparently an honorable young man. So that means that Abel she doesn't have another son. She doesn't have this next son until years later, because Abel's pretty much at least a young adult making sacrifice to Elohim of that magnitude. So she has a son after her grown son Abel is killed. Her grown son Cain kills him, and then she has another son. Now, is it possible she had another son in between that? We don't know. So from the time,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
First, I forgot to greet you. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
On every platform.
All right, but come on.
So the other son, who are you referring to? Is that Seth?
So if Abel and Cain are who we're talking about, she does not have Seth until Cain and Abel have their drama. Correct?
Okay, thank you.
No. Seriously, correct. Is that correct? I want to help.
That's the question I'm asking. Yes.
Okay, so in verse 25, Adam knew his wife again and bare her a son, called his name Seth. But we don't get Adam bearing his wife again, though he may have bared her any other time. Again is like indefinite, infinitive. It just ain't just one time. Again, right? It could have been 5 other agains since Abel and Cain were born. But once Abel is dead, we pick up the storyline, and Adam, verse 25, and Adam knew his wife again, bare a son, called his name Seth. She said, Elohim has appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. So the other son, yes, we're talking about Seth. The point we were referencing, so everybody could catch this as well, is that Seth isn't like a young brother of Abel. He doesn't even know Abel. Except in now what we would call, the telling of the story of Abel. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I mean, to everybody. I'm not coming for you, Prophetess Leslie, at all. I'm just.
No, I know you're not.
Right.
I know you.
But does that make sense to everybody? Because when we ask a question on here, the question is not just for the person asking the question, but for everybody to understand where we're coming from. So it's clear. It doesn't even mention, except for when Eve speaks, that she was the wife. Now we automatically, because of our now, far after the facts of the storyline of Adam and Eve, we now see, because of our Christian culture, a wife being the wife of one man and man of one wife. And we see that. But we also know back in that day, prior to this day, they did not have just one wife, right? Even Abraham, Sarai, Rebecca, King David, all that goes along with all that crazy stuff. We got to remember, the laws we have today were not the laws they lived by back in that day. So when we're reading the storyline, we can't read it from our perspective and our entitled education based on what we think we know of how we operate today. They didn't operate that way back then. In totality. In general, yes. So man and woman, of course, they're mating their wife. So we don't know to what point it is until it's said by the writ. So in the statement of the writ, you have verse 25. Adam knew his wife again and bare the son called Seth. And she said, Elohim hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel. So if this wife,
Spencer,
if this wife in verse 25 is stating, Yahweh has given me another seed instead of Abel, then we can track back to verse 1 and know that this wife's name is Eve. Verse 1, Adam knew Eve, his wife. She conceived and bare Cain and said, I have begotten a man of Yahweh, and she again bare his brother Abel. So now we know that this wife of verse 25 is in fact Ishai, Eve, because of verse 1. Does that make sense?
Yes, and we can, if we go up just to what's that, Limerick, he talks to his 2 wives, so we know that they had
more than one wife.
But so my question is, and this is it: Seth came after Cain and Abel.
Absolutely, after the death of Abel. That stuff is hugely important. Because we're thinking that, okay, Abel and Cain, we're not talking about stair-step children, y'all. We're not talking about stair-step children. Like we have stair-step children every 12 months, 3 months after the first baby, and then they get healed, and then they have another, they conceive again. We're not talking about stair-step children. Abel and Seth, it looks like, are decades apart. After the death of Abel, he has given me another son. In light of what's happened to Abel. So apparently the indictment is that Abel is gone. Seth is now a replacement for Cain killing Abel. And Abel apparently was such an obedient child that his blood cried out from the ground unto Yahweh or Elohim. And Cain is like, who narked on me? Nobody was here when I killed this man. His blood calls up to me from the ground. Am I my brother's keeper? You can't prove I did it. Ain't nobody see me do it. You know, I'm being funny with that, y'all. So that's the kind of thing we got to understand. Does that make people think differently? Does this hit different about studying your Bible to the point of presenting a proper picture of the events of the Bible? All of y'all can somebody answer. Everybody answer. I don't care who.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So to Prophetess Leslie's question, Montgomery, yes. Lamech does have several wives. We automatically put everything we read in the Bible based on our modern day laws, cultures, and traditions. And they didn't live to the letter of our law back then. Does wife only mean Eve? Lamech, one of Abraham's grandchildren, has multiple wives. You see what I mean? We so deep, we miss the foundation. And I'm not talking about anybody on this platform who's talking. I'm talking about what we've done in general, which in Christendom and in reading a Bible and or Torah, that it has affected, unbeknownst to us, our visual of the actual events and the impact of why certain people are mentioned. Why is Seth mentioned? Because he began to be those who began to call upon the name of Yahweh. Cain's complaint when he killed Abel was, Father, like God, okay, so Abel's blood is crying to you from the grave. So, if you're going to let me go out here, one of our brothers might want to kill me because of what I did to Abel. And Yahweh says, no, I'm going to let everybody know. I'm going to put this mark on your head. The animals are going to know not to even eat you. Y'all, this is, I would love to get into this another day. But when Cain gets marked, the animals won't even eat him. They won't even come at him and fight with him. You know what I mean? Because he's marked by Elohim. They know it. So Yahweh is telling him that when I put this mark on you, everybody that will come in contact with you will automatically know by some strange osmosis that you're not to be touched. You got this. You got this clause with me. Does this hit different than anybody else? Or y'all think I'm just talking off the top of my head, or do I need to go read it to y'all?
I don't mind if you read.
Do you understand what's being said though? Apostle Walker, what you mean? Yes, read it, or yes, it makes sense. Because I know you start stuff for the benefit of the people. Tiffany Haynes makes a statement. It's amazing how one word in a verse can change the whole outlook of the scripture or the passage of the Bible. That is so true, Tiffany. So very true. All right. And it's not that we're trying to do that so when you study the Bible, you look for deep things. That's not it. We want to make sure that when you read the Bible, especially in Sabbath, it helps you to do that. You read it slow enough to actually let it speak to you, and you not trying to tell it what preacher told you and then say, dress the story the preacher gave me. Dress the story, my spiritual coach gave me. No, let the writ tell you the story. And if the writ tells you the story because you read it slow, you'll see whether your leader or influencer is with God or not. That's why in the New Testament, it says, try the spirit of whoever by the spirit of the word to know if it is of God or not. And that's what we have to begin to do. All right. So, Prophetess Leslie, were you done with your question and your thought? Did we accomplish that, or did I take you off your course because I think someone else is behind you? But what you got?
I'm done, Pastor Spencer.
Thank you. I think there's somebody else too. But go ahead, Pastor Spencer. Good to have you. Wait a minute. Wanda, you moderating?
There is a queue. It's Regina, then Pastor Spencer.
Go, Regina.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry at all. Don't be sorry at all. That's how you get it straight. That's my thing. Go back to the word. What's written? Good. Go ahead, Regina.
Yes, well, Leslie Montgomery asked the question I was going to ask, and she referred to the scriptures I was going to refer to. In regards to,
I was going to say, you act like you get a pass or something.
No, because when we're reading Genesis 5 and 3, I went back. I said, well, I had questions, but then Prophetess Montgomery asked the same exact question I was going to ask, so there's no need for that type of repetition when I understand what was shared.
Well, it's not true. I'm gonna call check. I'm gonna call Kat. Regina, I love you because you know redundancy is the best teacher.
I knew that. Okay.
You know what was coming. I don't even know why you said it out your mouth, but you knew. You already knew. Everybody else knew. I can imagine some of the moderators like, "Ooh, girl, don't say that. Oh, here he comes." Moderators, am I right about it? How many of y'all said, "Ooh, girl, don't say." Oh,
You're right about it.
Regina, here he comes, child. He coming for you. Listen. So redundancy is the best teacher. And the thing about it is, though Prophetess Leslie had a question around the same passage, though the generalizing of the subject, because it's that subject in that passage, your question is still different from hers. And that dynamic sits in the pews all day long. So just because I answered Regina's question doesn't mean I've answered your question. Though you got knowledge from Regina's question and it can help narrow down what your answer will be, your answer is still specific and unique to you. And others have your viewpoint, like many others had her viewpoint. And then the more we keep talking about that same verse, the more that verse becomes full to all of us. That's what we do in this ministry. So your question is not irrelevant. Your question is not answered by Prophetess Leslie's question and or answer. Yours is unique to you. Let Ruach lead us in that path, because someone else who's listening to this has a question they don't know how to express.
Okay. So
I told you he coming for you. I don't know why you said that. Go ahead.
No problem. So as you were sharing, we were going through Genesis 5 and 3. I looked back and I said, well, Adam knew his wife Eve, and then he had Cain, and then Abel. And then I see where it says another son. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son. And she said, Elohim says she appointed her another seed. So for me, it was the clarity, because I wasn't initially sure if Adam had Seth by not his wife, or did he have, Seth by someone else. And as I was reading chapter 4, I got the clarity that I was looking for.
Right.
But something else jumped at me too, Apostle, as I was reading, because I kept reading it a couple of times as you and Prophetess Montgomery were going through. She had another child at 130 years old.
Yeah. 136.
I was like, what the fuck, Pickles?
She said fried pickles. Father, I almost thought you cussed at me. I was like, what in the world? It takes a cook to pull that one off. She said, what, the fried pickles? So listen, it's true. Nobody pays attention to that. We act like it's just about Adam. She is 136 too.
Yeah, that's what threw me.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, 136, and she had another child.
Right. That's because, remember, we think because we read the Old Testament of the Bible that remember the thing I keep telling you about chronological leaps?
Yes.
Okay. There are things that the Bible earmarks and notes for us relevant to our knowledge of the historical or his story we should know. And then there are, the way he brings us along, and then we read it. Our problem is we think it's all one just straight line of thought and that the same rules apply everywhere. No, because if you pay attention to Abraham, his wife was barely 100 years old, and she was like past the age of childbearing years. He's also in the Torah. So if I can't help people get enough passion or behind that to know that in the Torah, you have Adam and you have Abraham. In between there, you have Noah. And after that, you got Moshe. And the age for childbearing, the age expansion and time for life, the shelf life for humans shifts. It changes. Yahweh specifically shortens it. Adam, man would have lived forever. How do we know that? Because Yahweh took the tree of life out of the garden. He didn't want man living forever with the knowledge of the tree, with the knowledge of the tree of with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in his head and his heart. Noah comes along. Man is just horrible. They're just doing anything and everything. So these are the things that we're dealing with. So in Noah's day, he changes the time existence for the human. The shelf life of the human is 120. Then Moshe comes. He's still under that time existence and shelf life for man, 120 years. He was 120 years when he climbed up that mount and then told them man will not live more than 70 from this point forward. So when we read in chapter 4 that she was 136 years old and still pushing them out, but yet in the same Torah, that means there's major time leaps. In the same Torah, Abraham's wife it will be a miracle for her to have a baby at 75. We don't think about this stuff when we're reading the text because we're too busy dressing what preachers told us that gave us some sense of encouragement. And we're going to go and find out what God say. I get a word from the Lord. Understand the culture, understand the times, because all of the things that we get encouraged by are affected by the dynamics of the times the things happen. Yes, what he's done for others, he'll also do for me. But you got to understand the context and the culture, so you understand how to properly apply it today in its refined form. How do I now apply this testimony to my life? Oh, they were this way. Oh, they had these things. Okay, I get that part. So what do I extract from this actual nectar? And the more you understand the way Elohim operates, the more that application is effective for you. And that's why we read Torah in Shabbat. That's why we read Torah on Thursday nights Bible book clubs. Very important to understand what we're reading from the Bible and grasp the word of God. So when we teach from the Bible, our message can actually affect the souls and the ears that are listening properly. Try the Spirit by the word of the Spirit to see if it's of God or not. Many messages we're preaching across pulpits are not the word of God. I'm really not trying to get myself in trouble today. I was just trying to drink a little bit of water. And what had happened was Mm-hmm. So, Regina.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's impossible.
Was you done?
Yes, I'm done.
No, you wasn't.
Yes.
You wasn't done.
No.
Nuh-uh. How many moderators believed her? I need to know, moderators. Y'all gotta tell me. How many y'all believe her? If you believed her, laugh. If you didn't believe her, laugh. Because I didn't believe her. I'm not calling you a liar or nothing. I'm just saying
No,
I didn't believe you was done.
No, I'm just like the ancillary piece, but that's not so ancillary for me as I kept reading, was that she was over 130 years old and had a child. I was like, whoa.
And Soraya couldn't even have a child. It would have been a miracle for her to have a child at 75. Did anybody connect those points?
Not Mr. Wanda Latcher.
Yeah, but she's the only moderator that did. I don't know where the rest of the mods at. I'm feeling some kind of way. But go ahead, Regina. We gonna rock with it.
No, I was just saying that really blew me away when I was like, oh, you had another child at 130 something years old?
Uh-huh. And she had more after that.
And more after that. That's wow business right there.
He told them to multiply.
And that was their charge.
They had. Woo, he sure did.
That's why folks was intimidated by them. That because women were strong
Back then.
Regina, they were strong.
Mm-hmm.
Carry a 5-gallon vase of water on their head and still two baby, one on the backpack strapped to them on a towel, another one wrapped to the chest, and carrying the water back to the camp. Yeah, that part. Just
while pregnant.
We had while pregnant with another one, exactly. You know, but yeah, we're having fun, guys. I can't get no interaction. So thanks, Regina, for your questions and your thoughts.
No problem.
Did that finish the question? Did that finish the thought though from that verse? That was the issue. That was the issue you were having. That was, raising the point that I just saw for the first time. This woman was 136 years old, having not third. We can't say it's the third child.
Right. I was getting ready to say we can't even say that. But she's having a child
At 136.
Like what, the fudge pickles?
And now it's the fudge pickles.
That's what she said at first. She said fudge pickles.
I thought it was fried pickles. I don't mind a fried pickle now. I just don't know. So fudge and pickle go together? I'm gonna have to try that. Okay. Only a woman who's had children can put those types of flavors and textures together, and it probably work out well. So anyway. And then she's still having babies after that.
Wow. Yeah, I had to sink in. I was like, wow. Yeah.
I think we're the only ones that are going to really we're part of the only ones that are going to enjoy the value of that reveal right now. It'll come. Everybody get it, because you can't now not unhear that. We just never considered it in conversations about the faith. So that part right there. All right. YouTube, come on, y'all, chat up, get in that box and chat it up with us. We love that. Clubhouse, chat it up with us as well, so we can understand what's going on. All right. Moderators, what's our cue, please?
Correction to the cue. It would be Rogers next. Elder Rogers.
Elder Rogers, go.
Yeah, wait. The things that I was asking about, they've already been addressed.
Again, Regina.
It's already addressed.
Regina.
I was going to speak on the charge and the ideal, or was it mandated?
Is it the fudge pickles for me? Come on.
Fudge pickles for me.
All right. Well, come on. What's the question you had? Okay, come on. What's the question you had?
So when I first said my name, I was going to ask for clarity of all that was on platform, the difference of just wanting stuff and being lustful for stuff. And that was for the edification of everyone who is listening. That was the first time. Then the second time when I had made the statement, a charge to keep I have, about them multiplying no matter what the age was, they were still supposed to be multiplying, and that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I would say this to everybody, because even though we know what we're thinking in our head, and I know Elder Rogers knows this better than probably most people viewing right now, okay? And she's been with us a long time. So she and I joke and jest around a lot. Some of you might think, oh my God, no, we have great fun. We study weekly together. How about you? So I know her mindset. So when I stop to make sure that when she makes a statement, she'll say something that's interjected, I may know her mindset, but you don't study with her and talk to her the way that I do often, unless she's teaching a subject matter. And then she's more specific about stating what she's stating because it's a part of the writing she has. But in moments when she ad-lib interjects like that, you don't know what that phrase meant. So that's why I'll stop and try to clarify it. So to Elder Rogers and to anyone else that I study with who's like Elder Rogers, lead in better with the interjection.
Addition.
Somebody help Dolores Posley, please, in the chat. Not for adverb. What was the word we're looking for here?
How about just
No. I don't want, just let me get my thought right.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mind your business. Well, it is your question. Ad lib. Thank you. It's the ad lib, the amen corner responses. You know what I mean? So when she says charge to keep I have, I don't think that people would have caught that, though we were talking about Adam and Eve. You knew the charge of Adam was to multiply and replenish the earth. I can't take the chance that the rest of the world knew, as I knew what you were saying, that that's what that meant. Also, the covet, the entering into lust as opposed to what it should have been. I got to make sure everybody understands what that point you're making was about, because it could leave them open to self-interpretation, which is Christendom's big problem. Right. So that's what that part was about. All right. And Elder Rogers, appreciate you coming back to get that cleared up too. Real talk. That's a teacher.
You're always cleaning up my whatever's on whatever.
Cause you country, man. You just straight country. You like church country. It's like country, hallelujah. And it's hallelujah. I can have some collard greens. It's like it's collard greens, Elder Rogers. Well, I get it in like I get it in. It's just what you know what I meant.
Look, the turnips, the mustards, and the collards together, you haven't had it so good. But anyway,
that part.
What I was asking you to better state for me what coveting or coveting and the negative way looked like, because we talked about wanting things and desiring things and it not being, and it being legitimate, okay, but swing to the other side. What makes it coveting and lustfulness? Because I'm under the impression that a lot of people don't understand the difference. Yes, the scripture, the Bible does say to covet, they're better things. But then too, it's a thin line between coveting and lusting.
Right. To covet something means, again, in a sense, to lust for something, or in a large sense, to lust for something, to desire something that's not yours, be it to take it, duplicate it, make it as if it's your own IP or what have you. But what we were referencing was that, people can covet something to the negative. Like it says, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife. You shall covet your neighbor's, house, male servant, maid servant, ox, donkey, anything that is your neighbor's. But Paul makes a statement earlier that we were supposed to covet because we would mark them that walk upright in front of us. That's coveting. Mark it, covet that next footstep the way that they did it. Mark what Messiah did. I want to be like Yeshua. Make sure you understand that I can covet righteousness. Can anybody find that passage? I'm trying to do it right now while I'm talking to y'all, but it's hard to think and do three things at one time. So Paul made the statement, if you can remember it, help me out, to covet those things. What does Paul, let me see the question is.
I think covet to prophesy. That was one time you told him to covet.
What does Paul state? Find it for me if you got it, Elder. Okay, it's in third. No, nope. That's not it either.
Are you referring to Romans 7:7?
Read it, please. I'm not there. No.
Acts 20 and 33.
Read it. Do you have it? Read it.
I also have 1 Corinthians 14:39.
Who has Acts? What was the passage from Acts, please?
20:33.
All right, read it.
I'm trying to find it.
I thought you had it.
Okay. All right.
Never mind. I got it.
Okay.
Max, Acts 20 and 33. No, that's not it either. That's not it. I have coveted no man's silver, no gold. No, that's not it. Thank you, though. Good.
1 Corinthians 14:39. Wherefore, brethren, covet to prophesy.
There we go. That's one. 1 Corinthians 14.
Yes, and 39.
14 and 39. Put it on the screen for y'all to catch it. I think there's another place too that he does this, so I'm going to make sure we're clear on it. Thanks, Daphne. All right. 14:29, we said?
Yes. 14 and 39.
39. Okay, so there's another one he does too, but here's what he says. I'm going to go with verse number 30. I'm going to start up here at 37. If any man think himself to be a prophet or spiritual, let him acknowledge that the things that I write unto you are in fact the commandments, the mitzvah of Yahweh, of Adonai. Verse 38. But if any man be ignorant, let him be ignorant. Wherefore, brethren, covet, the word here, covet, it is also cross-referencing in 38 here. The word covet here is in fact the Greek word G2206 is the word zelu. All right. It means have the warmth of feeling for or against, the affection, covet, the effect of covet, to have something, to desire something, to move with envy upon something, to be jealous over something, to be zealous or zealously affected by something, right? So when he says in verse number 39, wherefore, brethren, covet, be zealous for prophecy, and do not forbid people to speak with tongues. Here it is, verse 40. Let all things be done decently and in order. So what Paul is indicting here is that the proper prophecies, because there's false prophets you're dealing with. If you read up in that passage of 1 Corinthians 14 there are other things he's rebuking and or setting in order. But he says, covet to prophesy. If any man thinks himself to be a prophet, you'll let him first confess that the things that I'm telling you guys are true. And if they're not, leave it alone. Try the spirit by the spirit, right? But he says, and therefore covet to prophesy. He didn't say covet to be a prophet. Oh, ain't nobody gonna catch that? Let me say it again. He says, hey, Gavin, he says, covet to prophesy, because the office of a prophet is not the office of prophecy, the gift of prophecy. So he says, covet to prophesy, because that is a gift that Ruach HaKodesh can place on a human being at his will and take off of a human being at his will, because the prophesying to your brother is an encouragement and a serving of your brother, right? Under the spirit of Ruach HaKodesh being the Holy Spirit. But he said, if you allude to what he says in this passage earlier, he makes it clear, verse number 34, 35, verse 29. He says, let prophets speak 2 or 3, and let another judge. If any be revealed to another that sits by, let the first hold his peace. Prophets, prophets, prophets. Verse 31, for you may all prophesy one by one, that all may learn and all may be comforted. And the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. For Elohim is not the author of confusion, but of shalom, as in all the churches of the saints. Also, let your women keep silent in church, for it is not permitted for them to speak. This is Corinth. This is Corinth. This is not the word of Torah. This is Paul helping them not to get in trouble with the laws of their lands while having meetings about Elohim's word. Verse 34, let the women keep silent in your churches, for it is not permitted for them to speak according to your laws, but they are commanded to be under the obedience, as also says the law, not the Torah. The Torah does not tell a woman not to speak, but the law of the Greeks did. Verse 35, and if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, or it is a shame for the women to speak in the church, right? But that's not Torah, right? Verse 36, what? Came the word of Elohim out from you, or came it unto you only? If any man, watch, verse 37, if any man think himself to be a prophet, or thinks himself to be spiritual, let them acknowledge that the things I write unto you are from the Torah. But if any man be ignorant, man, just let that person be ignorant. Wherefore, brethren who are not ignorant, covet to prophesy, and forbid not to speak with tongues. Let all things be done decent and in order. So if he says that all things be done decent and in order, would not mean that the order of Torah is what he's promoting. And in the order of Torah, it says obey the laws of the land, because you're going to have to deal with certain cultures when you go into them. And for you to be a part of Torah observancy and culture, to go into a Grecian culture, in the Grecian culture, verses 34 through 37, women, you're not permitted to speak based on your male-dominated society. If they catch you speaking at a town meeting and your husband is not the one representing you and speaking for you, you could get your husband in trouble in this culture. So in order for you to keep learning this word, though you are now free by the liberties which wherewith Christ has set you free, wait till you get home and ask your husband the question at home. He'll then bring back the question to the opening space, or he'll tell you there, and you can ask your questions that way. I don't want y'all to get in trouble with the Grecian law. Got nothing to do with Torah. Nowhere in the Torah does it tell a woman to be silent in the church. Oh, that hit different, don't it? Right. This is what we're talking about. Does that make sense? Is that helpful?
That makes sense. I'd like to also add with that, though he's saying to covet, what makes wanting something that does not belong to us, making it wrong, is how we go about it and the motive behind our coveting whatever that issue is. Because when the children of Israel got out in the wilderness, they started to lust after the leeks and the onions. And now there's nothing wrong with having a desire to eat leeks and onions or whatever it may be, as long as it's not against your health diets. It was the motive behind what they were doing and what they were willing to go through to get those things that they wanted. So it ain't, there's nothing wrong with being bougie. Back to the original, there's nothing wrong with being bougie. It's what you're doing or what you could do or what you're willing to do or not to do to attain that type of lifestyle or that desire. That's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So coveting is not the big issue, because coveting means that you can be jealous and envious. But as you just read in the Greek, also in the Greek definition, it could be something. Covet could also mean be zealous for something. So jealousy and zealousy are two different things. Though they are both attacking and fastly trying to attain something, the way you're trying to attain it, be it jealousy and envy or zealous because it's pleasing to who you're trying to please. So the zealousness of covetousness, Paul speaks about in Corinth, saying, hey, the spirit of the Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, gives you these gifts, right? So go with me to 1 Corinthians chapter 12 real quick. I want to make sure we get this straight. 1 Corinthians chapter 12. Come on. All right. Bible's on screen. You should be able to see this now. He is saying, be zealous for these gifts. Look at verse number 1. KYC, y'all should know this. Now, concerning spiritual gifts. So, Pastor, what's that lady name? Pastor Rogers. Are we supposed to? Shouldn't we be covetous of spiritual gifts of the Father?
Yes.
Okay. So Paul's statement of covet here is the zealous part, not the jealous, envious part, right? Because when you and I typically out of our flesh covet something, it's out of jealousy, it's out of a stealing mode, it's out of a conquering thing, right? No, this is zealous, not jealous. So in this, let them covet prophecies. Why? Verse 1, 1 Corinthians 12:1. Now concerning spiritual gifts, my brethren, I would not have you to be ignorant. You know that the Gentiles were carried away with these dumb idols. Verse 3, wherefore I give you to understand that no man speaking by the Spirit of Elohim will ever call Yeshua cursed, and that no man can say that Yeshua is Adonai or is Messiah, but by the Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh. Now, there are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. There are differences of administrations, but the same Adonai. Verse 6, and there are diversities of operations, but it is the same Elohim which works all in all. But the manifestation of the Spirit of the word is given to every man to profit with all. For to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, covet that. To one is given a word of knowledge by the same Spirit, covet that. To another, faith by the same Spirit, covet that. To another, the gifts of healing by the same Spirit, covet that. To another, working of miracles, covet that. To another, prophecy, covet that. To another, the discerning of spirits. To another, diverse kinds of tongues. To another, interpretations of tongues. But all of these gifts of the Spirit work by that one and self same Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, who divides to every man, prophet, evangelist, pastor, teacher, or prophet or apostle, or not. He divides this prophecy, spirit, and ability to every man severally as he wills. Am I doing too much?
I'm with you.
So when Paul says covet my brethren, look at what he says in 1 Corinthians chapter 14. Where were we at? 14 what? We were in 13 or 14. 14 what? Follow charity? No. 13. Was it 13? Nope, that wasn't it either. Was it 15? What was it? First, where were you at when we found the covet thing by Paul? 39? Nope, that ain't it either. 14. It's got to be 1439. Yeah, 1439. He says, wherefore, brethren, look at verse number 38 and put that on the screen up there. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. He tells them, please pay attention to this. He tells them in chapter 14, verse number 38. But if any man be ignorant, right? Let that man be ignorant. Leave him alone in his ignorance. If you notice, Paul said in chapter 12, I would not have you to be ignorant. Let me break this down for you. He then says in chapter 14, verse and number 38, but if ain't nobody gonna listen to what I'm teaching you and they want to remain ignorant, man, let them be ignorant. Wherefore, brethren, I need you, those who are not going to be ignorant, those who are going to heed what I'm saying, those who want to be prophets, realizing that what I'm saying to you are the commandments of Adonai. They are commandments of the Torah. Verse 39, brethren, I need you to covet the gifts of the Spirit. One of them is to prophesy, and forbid not for the people to speak with tongues. Let all the things, though being done, be done decently and in order. So the lust piece is understanding when you lust for something, lust is not a bad word. It's not a bad thing. We've made lust a bad thing because of Christendom. But I can lust after Elohim. So if I'm lusting after Elohim, is my love for Elohim false?
No, it's not.
Ooh. Can you say ooh? Because we've made it in a narrative that just makes lust a horrible word. Just like we made serpent a horrible word. A serpent is a beautiful beast that Yahweh created. It got a bad rap because of the narrative behind it.
True.
Have I left everyone in the room distant and sleepy?
I'm glad we're talking about this because, as you said, in the average person's mind, lust is a bad word and lust is a bad thing. So.
And what he says, if you're very careful, look at this. Let me help you out with this real quick. Look, go back to the Hebraic understanding of the word covet, right? Go back with me to Exodus chapter 20. I'll do that. I put the Bible on screen for y'all right now. Look at this, Exodus chapter 20. Are y'all with me? Can I get somebody let me know the room is still live and active? Because I can't tell if y'all still there.
Present. I'm here.
All right, so listen.
Present.
Thank y'all. All right, so look, Exodus chapter 20, Shemot chapter 20, Bible's on your screen. Look at it. Shemot chapter 20, let's go back down to verse number 20, right? I'm sorry. Nope, that's not what I want. 17. So you and I know that in Exodus chapter 20, you're getting what's known as the 10 Commandments, right? So the word covet, the word lust, the word covet, the word lust, watch this, are typically going to be the same. So in verse 17, he says, thou shalt not covet at all. Y'all gonna let me read the Bible wrong? Y'all just gonna let me read it wrong? Nobody gonna stop me? Nobody gonna stand up for the word?
That's what he said. That's what it said.
That ain't what it say?
No.
Okay, so that means he puts stipulations on coveting. Look, he says, thou shalt not covet. So let's look at the word covet in the Hebrew. And the word covet in the Hebrew is the word hamad, right? It means to delight in, beautify yourself in, greatly beloved, covet, delectable things, great delight, desire, goodly, lust after, be pleasant, pleasant thing, precious thing.
So was he telling us to be bougie?
Listen closely. He says, thou shalt not luxuriate into this delectable thing. Watch this. Lust after this delectable thing, this precious thing. So anything that's precious in your neighbor's house.
In your neighbor's house.
So coveting ain't wrong.
No.
But coveting your neighbor's house, your neighbor's wife, your neighbor's possessions, his manservant, their maidservant, their ox, their ass, or anything that is your neighbor's beloved, your neighbor's delectable thing, your neighbor's desired thing, your neighbor's precious thing, your neighbor's beautiful thing, your neighbor's thing that they delight in. You don't covet what they delight in and is theirs. Somebody say I was this day old. Come on, y'all can talk to me. Y'all don't want to talk to me. I told you I'm here. I'm here.
I was this day old.
Y'all not gonna talk to me, YouTube? Y'all must be on delay. If y'all on delay, let me know you on delay, but then say I was this day old. Because we've made covet and lust a bad word. No, the church teaches you to make sure what you covet after and what you lust after is done decent and in the order of the Torah. Covet the gift of prophecy, because Yahweh needs that gift and people to be available for him to use for that gift for the edifying of his people. But don't covet your neighbor's car and house and his truck. That's your neighbor's. Because if you covet it, then you're going to get an idea that you might be able to steal it and get it by ill means, maybe even murder. But coveting isn't bad. What you cover, why you covet, is what's bad. Okay. I'm done. All right, Elder Rodgers, thank you for bringing that up.
Yahweh be praised.
Yahweh alone be praised. Mods, next cue.
Pastor Spencer.
Hey, where you at, lady? Shabbat shalom.
Shalom, everyone. That was good, Elder Rodgers. I was eating it all up. Yahweh be praised.
Yahweh be praised.
I was just thinking, I was trying to write down my thought and my question, because, you know, you get a certain age and that short-term memory just don't kick in like it should. So I wanted to kind of address Prophet Leslie's questions and comment, and address is not the right word, but I wanted to maybe add to her question and comment about Cain, Abel, and Seth. And hopefully, because I think there still may be some lingering ambiguity about Adam's children. And Apostle, you said that, you know, we have to get out of our minds that they had children like in the order that we have children, because based on the text, when we read it, we can see that that's not the case, and that is probably causing some ambiguity. But the one thing that you and I always talk about is that we have to learn to listen in 3D. Even when we read, you know, it's good to read out loud and listen to what we're reading. So we want to listen to what is being said, what is not being said, and what Elohim is saying about all of it. And so to speak to Prophet Leslie's point in Bereshit chapter 4, we know that Seth was a child born to Adam and Ishai after the likeness of Abel. But what?
Okay. That's cute, babe. But it's old fashioned. Look at this shit.
All right, good. Pastor Spencer, go ahead, Pastor Spencer.
Okay, and so we can say confidently that Ishai is the mother of all living, right? Because that's what the text tells us in Bereshit chapter 20, that she is the mother of all living. So we can confidently say that she bore Adam his first child.
Mm-hmm.
Can we agree on that?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, whether or not that first child was Cain or other sons and daughters, the text does not tell us that.
Mm-hmm.
We only know that at some point she bore him Cain, and then she bore again another male
Abel,
child.
Seth, right. Mm-hmm. At some point.
At some point. And so we do know that Cain, Abel, and Seth are the most well-known.
Correct.
The most talked about. And so in our minds, we just think it was 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case. And so based on the text, we can also confidently say that other sons and daughters were born to Adam.
Correct.
We don't know by whom, but we know because the text tells us that he had other sons and daughters. But what I wanted to hone in on is that in chapter 4, Bereshit chapter 4, which we did not cover, I believe Prophet Leslie went to verses 24 and 25, but after Cain slew Abel, and then he received his punishment, one of the things that he said in verse 17 was that he knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch.
Correct.
And so, again, that text tells us that there were other sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, because how did he know his wife? Where did that wife come from? So,
and for that state, which we were bringing out earlier as well, and I'll put it on the screen for the sake of everybody reading this. Not just that, it is proof that there were other human beings on the planet. And for me, like I said earlier, that had to be older than Cain and Abel. And like you made statement that they were there, there were others. These three are most famous because of this storyline. And at the end of the day, look at before you get to verse number 17, let's go to verse 13. Cain said, okay, watch this. This is deep. Don't lose your thought. Please don't let that short-term memory piece try to take over. We're gonna rebuke that in the name of Yeshua. Keep your thought. Verse 11 says, and now thou art cursed from the earth, which has opened up her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. So when you till the ground, now, first off, everybody, this is Yahweh speaking to Cain after he's killed his brother Abel. Okay. Brother Gavin, you can either come over on Clubhouse or put your question up inside the thread, bro. We're looking forward to hearing your question, Gavin. All right. Verse 11. Now listen, he says, now Cain, you are cursed from the earth. You are cursed from the earth. Listen, you are cursed from the earth. The same earth that opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood by your hand. So the earth is no longer going to produce for you like it used to. So when you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you her strength. You're going to be a fugitive and a vagabond. That's what you're going to be in the earth because of what you did to your brother. So the fact that Cain is not, in fact, Cain's going to have to steal for the rest of his life. Don't lose your thought, Pastor Spencer. Don't y'all lose focus. The text tells you that Yahweh right now telling Cain, you're going to be a fugitive. Not because you killed Cain, but the effects of you killing Cain, you now have this fallout that I don't want the earth producing for you anymore. So how are you going to eat if the earth ain't producing for you? You're going to be a vagabond, which means like a hobo. You're going to be out that's one translation, not the only translation. Don't try to pigeonhole me and say he's ignorant because he called a vagabond a hobo. You're going to be a vagabond. You're going to be a fugitive, meaning you're going to have to steal for food because you can't produce food. Did anybody see that in the text, or I got to break it down again?
I never saw that part. Well, I saw it, but didn't see it. I didn't even think to see, well, what did that really mean?
Now, this is a place where we could text. Maybe, a matter of fact, Wanda, Minister Wanda, or one of the elders, Veronica. Is she here? Veronica here today? Where's Veronica?
I've seen her on YouTube.
Okay. Veronica, let me know you out there. One of y'all remind me, like father, like son. I want to teach that lesson. Elder Page, make sure she get it too. Because who else got the curse where the earth no longer produces for them?
No one else?
Yes, someone did.
No one.
Somebody else did. Adam did. Yahweh says, you're no longer going to have the earth responding to you by the way you walk on the earth. Now, to get the earth to respond to you, cursed is the ground because of your sin, Adam. Nobody saw that in the text neither? Thus our problem ultimately. See, before when Adam was made, Adam walked the earth and the earth responded to the soles of Adam's feet. And when Adam stepped outside the garden, if he touched on the dry ground, that was expected and believed to begin to turn into the actual Garden of Eden. It would be fertilized. He tilled the ground to where it became just like the garden. He would be, every step out of that, he would be extending the garden to what would be his throne. Wherever he finally went to, the earth would respond to him the way that he was coming from. Yahweh made a garden in the east, and wherever Adam would go, the favor on his life and the connectivity and the dominion over the Adoma that he had, the Adoma would respond to whatever that man needed. Yahweh says, cursed is the earth for your sake. The earth won't be doing that for you anymore. Now, if you need something from the earth, you got to work with the sweat of your brow, the bending of your back and knee, and your hands. I keep giving y'all phrases to say, but y'all know y'all can write in stuff like, whatever, if it was it's just something. Keep the algorithm going. Otherwise, it goes dead over here. So,
Apostle,
hold it.
There was
So Adam has a curse applied to the earth because of his sin. Cain will no longer be able, because Abel offered, who knows what Abel offered to Yahweh? Never mind, because it gets y'all off track. So Abel's offering,
he offered him of his flock.
Exactly. Cain's offering was from what?
The ground.
The ground. So that's how he's always made his money. That's what he's giving offering from. And Yahweh says, you're not going to live that way no more. The earth don't respond to you that way no more. No more. Because you, by your hand, caused the earth you till to drink up your brother and his blood. Therefore, it's not going to respond to you that way. That's your punishment. All right, let me get past that because I don't think everybody vibing with me on that tip. So let's move on. Good answer, Carol. Let me move on. Verse number 13. Watch this. Verse number 12. So when you till the ground, it shall no more yield unto you her strength. Does that hit different for anybody?
Yes, it does.
A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth. Isn't a fugitive a criminal?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Verse 13. And Cain said to Yahweh, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Verse 14. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and you've driven me from the face, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that everyone that finds me will slay me. Now let's make it make more sense. Y'all ready for it to make sense? If you're ready for it to make sense, type it in and say, make it make sense. I'm still with you, Pastor Spencer. So, why would they kill Cain?
Well, fugitive. He's, catch somebody on your property.
He a crook. He a thief.
Yeah, and you subject to get killed.
I'm relegated to this life. I can't even change it because you won't let the earth respond to me. Your punishment you gave me is more than I can bear. They're going to kill me out here in these streets if I got to relegate my life to that.
In these streets.
Definitely.
You got it? So now look at what the text says. Behold, you've driven me out this way, verse 14. From your face shall I be hid. I'll be a fugitive, a vagabond on the earth. And he says, it shall come to pass that everyone that finds me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto him, therefore, whosoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on that person sevenfold. And Yahweh then set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh and dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Verse 17, and Cain knew his wife. She conceived and bare Enoch. Back to where we started, Pastor Spencer. I just want to make sure we got a chance to make everybody be aware. There are nuances in this text. If you have overlooked them, you are probably never going to tell the story of Cain and Abel the way that it could be effective to show Yahweh's mercy, redemption, and more importantly, protection, equally to his provision. Even a vagabond and a fugitive whose earth will not give them, no matter how hard Cain works, the earth will not produce for him. Do y'all get that? And because of that, if the man hungry, he gonna steal, right? If he can't get a tree that's giving him what he needs and it's somebody else's property, he may get caught stealing some grain for bread or whatever. The earth won't yield to him. So at the end of the day, and you can say, oh, Apostle, you're being subjective. This is just highly irregular for a great theologian to be talking like this. I don't believe you're saying that. Believe it. Because at the end of the day, when you find yourselves in a position that you can't produce and you are trying your hardest, that's frustrating as all get out. He now has to realize you're hiding your face from me. So when Yahweh puts a mark on him, he lets the rest of the world know, however he does this, don't kill him. And see, when I first got this reveal, Pastor Spencer, don't lose your thought, please. When I first got this reveal about just how significant your punishment was, I then read in the book of Kohelet, the book of Ecclesiastes. Maybe it was Proverbs. Don't judge a man if he steals because he's hungry. For me, that was a foundation because of Cain. What he did was wrong. I judged him. I made it that he can't provide. I'll still provide for him. But while he's around stealing, his life will be labeled as a vagabond. His life will be labeled as a vagabond and a felon. What's that phrase that he put in there? I'm sorry. What's the phrase here? A vagabond and a fugitive. That's the word. A fugitive. But don't kill him. This is my doing. He'll even protect you in that. There are so many more narratives in here than we can ever really possibly imagine that we've never even looked over. You got it? So with that being said, mods, let's get back to Pastor Spencer's point. Was that helpful or was that just out of pocket and Apostle just trying to be deep, messing up that lady's question, that great pastor's question?
That was helpful.
That was really helpful.
Pastor Spencer, so when you said in that passage, verse 17, Cain knew his wife and she conceived, the point I was making earlier was that there are other people on the earth he knew if anybody saw him would kill him. So there were other people on the planet, all of them from the mother of life. Not just all from her, like she birthed them all, but she birthed the first production of Adam and Ishai. And from that, the world began to multiply and humanity began to multiply in the earth. That's why she's the mother of life. But we see a narrative, we see a storyline that says Abel and Cain. But Abel and Cain are already in a community of people. They're already in an occupancy of people. We don't know who's firstborn. We just hear Cain and Abel. She bore Cain, then she bore Abel. Or yeah, she bore Cain, then she bore Abel. Then after Abel dies, we don't know if it's 18 years later, 35 years later, then she bears Seth and says Yahweh's replaced Abel because he gave me Seth instead of Abel. So whatever Abel was on, apparently Seth is going to be on. Is this worth listening to? Because I can shut up, because I'm thinking Pastor Spencer's question may be more important.
Yes, it is.
No. That's a very good summary, Apostle. You wrap that up so beautifully. And, I felt, and Prophet Leslie can, answer, I felt that she was trying to get something out and just wasn't able to. And so what you just summarized and how you just wrapped it up was so appropriate. I just felt there was some lingering ambiguity about all of it. And you just wrapped it up. So Yahweh be praised.
Yahweh be praised. Pastor Leslie, she on point? You see how you see how the queen came to help the queen? That's what I love about Kingdom, man. We look out for each other. Man, that just blessed my heart. I promise you, I'm sitting here trying not to cry. I'm not crying. I'm not. I love to see us work together. I am not crying. I'm hot. I can have a hot flash. I mean, I got this sweater thing on. So, but that blesses my heart when I see Kingdom operating under Kingdom principles in a Kingdom event. Can y'all just come off mic and say hallelujah? Give Yahweh praise for that. I find that beautiful. I that's just beautiful for me.
Hallelujah.
That's just
Yahweh be praised.
That's just beautiful to
Yahweh
me.
be praised. Hallelujah.
She said, I felt in my innermost sprite that some chads was dangling there, and I wanted to help my sister bring them chads back together. Thank you, Pastor. That part. Thank you, Pastor Spencer. All right, mods, who's next in queue? What we got?
Montgomery.
All right.
Yes, you have 2 questions on YouTube.
Right. Talk to me.
Put this one up. This is your first one from Karen.
Are you giving it to me?
Oh, I just put it up. You don't see it yet.
This is from Karen Combine. Could you please explain how Neanderthals come into existence? Do you mean Nephilims or Neanderthals? That's just because Neanderthals, Karen, would be just a like a Viking, All right, let me slow down the answer. So I'm not concerned with Neanderthals because it's not Torah based. But I will say this, and it sounds like I'm being contradictory and talking out the both sides of my back, right? Both sides of my both sides of my talking out both sides of my body, right? Because a Neanderthal is a entity that is believed to be a pre-existent human. Karen, you still with me? Let me know you're still with me. Is she there? Is she online?
I'm not sure if she's still here.
Okay. So one of my things, Karen, are you still out there? I know it was a long time ago she asked this question. So thanks, Karen. So I need you to interact with me on this while we're doing this, okay? Please. So the Neanderthal is, in fact, one of 2 species, I believe. Now I'm gonna I'm gonna go out on a limb with some of y'all And to any true registered theologian or degreed person of theology, you would have the right to say you're being subjective, but I'll explain why. So a Neanderthal, even by archaeology, has been understood to be a form looking like a human of a beast of the field. Now, I'm of the persuasion that the Neanderthal, or in fact, the versions of that, which would be how do I say this rightly? The Neanderthal's features look a lot like what the human features are, but the brain is like a pea. It's like really small, right? I believe that of the two, and I'll stick to Neanderthal before I go into the other form, the form of the Neanderthal fits the imagery of the human being 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, right? And a skull, right? The Neanderthal fits that. If anything, I will say this clearly without reservation, the Neanderthal may have been the serpent. That was possessed. Now, somebody just freaked out on that. Okay. So in the garden, when the human was made, the Neanderthal, in what myself and some rabbis have studied, would appear to be messianics, would appear to be what the Neanderthal would appear to be a beast of the field. The punishment for the Neanderthal, i.e. serpent, would be that he, though erect, now will crawl in a cylinder style upon the face of the earth, because the Neanderthal was not a snaky image that we have that beguiled Eve. It had to have been something she could familiarize herself with, or he could familiarize himself with, and it possessed by evil, as it were. And some of y'all want to say the devil, Satan. No, evil possessed the serpent. And in fact, that conversation ensued between the serpent, i.e., I believe Neanderthal potentially, and the human, because the Neanderthal already existed as a beast of the field, and it does not have a soul. No beast of the field, no creation from the Adoma, barring the actual human, has a soul. Is this making sense with some of y'all?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
So I'll leave that there for you, Karen, in case unless you have other questions, feel free to bring them out, because once I start talking about it, and I'm not putting it in a platform where I do a teaching as I've done in the past, I want you to understand the potential of the Neanderthal's role, because it did exist. We have that by the carbon dating and the crust levels inside the Earth's crust and core, what have you, of entities looking like human, meaning head, ear, eyes, nose, mouth on one head, arms, tentacles, 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 legs, 2 arms, chest, stuff like that. It looks like a human, but when Yahweh makes the human, that's after the Ice Age. That's after the dinosaurs are made extinct. The Neanderthal existed then. So when you have pictures and imageries of T-Rex and a predator called a Neanderthal trying to, eat and hunt, that's more like the image you're going to have seen, which was pre-human, which means it don't have a soul. Its brain is smaller. That's why Yahweh says, let us make a human in our image. and in our likeness. And that's the image that we have to this day. Is that helpful? Some of y'all okay with that? Kayla, you learning?
Yes, sir.
That helps me. Thank you, Apostle.
Me is Regina, I'm assuming? Good.
Me is Regina.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So understanding, the potential of the Neanderthals' existence in your Bible, I would place it as the serpent that was then cursed to roll and crawl around like a snake, like the snake you and I now know in our image. There was no, in Adam and Eve's day, snake slithering through the trees and leaves and presenting an apple. There was no apple on the snake's head and like, Eve, eat the apple, Eve, eat the apple. It wasn't an apple, and it wasn't a slithering snake. It was an upright entity. Why do you know that? Because the entity was told, from this day forward, you will slither on the ground. That's your body curse. So how do you curse a slithering snake with slithering? Make it make sense. How do you curse a slithering snake with slithering? How can a slithering be cursed to slither? So it had to be an erect entity cursed to slithering. All right. Some of y'all probably saying, he doing too much. He always doing too much. Okay, cool. All right, Karen, if you got another question, let me know. We're going to move on from that. I hope that helped you and answered your question. Moderators, what we got next in queue?
Yes, you have Gavin's question.
Brother Gavin. Do I see it? I think I saw it. Hold on. Let me see if I can go to see it. I have to repeat it.
I just put it back up.
All right. Well, cool. Fine. Thank you much. Brother Gavin's question. Genesis 1:28. Why did they translate it multiply and replenish? Does replenish indicate someone or something had to be there before? No, it does not. Gavin, great question. Let me know you're still here, bro, before I answer this question, Gavin. I don't want to just answer it and you not be here. I'll search for 128 while that's going on. Genesis 1 and verse 28. All right. Is Gavin still here?
I haven't seen anything from him in
a minute. Man. All right. I knew I saw it a little bit ago. He said he had a question. I told him to put it in the chat. I hope he's still here. Gavin, where you at?
He's still here. He said he's still here.
I know you're a prophet and everything, but what you trying to tell me? You seeing in the spirit? Oh, no, there you go. Okay, I do see him. Okay. Okay. I got you, Gavin. All right. So here's the key. I want everybody to pay attention to this because this question comes up frequently. All right. So in Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, it goes on to say, so let's read it in context. All right. KYC. If you from KYC, type in KYC in the house. Come on, let's get it. All right. KYC means know your calling. Those who graduated from the Know Your Calling coursing and classing, you will appreciate this next exercise. So Genesis Bereshit 1:28, we'll read up 3, which takes us to 25. Okay, I'm gonna jump to 24 just to be on point. Verse 24 says, Elohim said, let the earth bring forth, let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind, cattle and creeping thing, and the beasts of the earth after his kind. It was so. Elohim made the beasts of the earth after his kind, cattle after their kind, everything that creepeth upon the earth after their kind. Elohim saw that it was good. Verse 26, Elohim said, let us make the man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, over all the creeping things of the earth. Verse 27 says, so Elohim created man, humanity, in his image. In the image of Elohim created he the human, male and female created he them. Verse 28, Elohim then blessed them. Elohim said unto them, be fruitful. Verse 28, this is the question, and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue the earth and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air, which are not from the earth, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. Now, earth here is relegating itself to the Adoma, right? Not the place of the waters. First things first. Let's get that part squared up real quick. So the specific instructions in verse 28 are to be fruitful as a human, because you got fruit in you, right? You have seed in you to produce fruit. We need you to multiply you, the human, in the earth, because the job of the human, let's go to Genesis chapter 2. Follow me to Genesis chapter 2. Gavin, I want to make this make sense. I just want to make sure I do it the right way for you, okay? Because I want this to be just irrefutable. All right. So Genesis chapter 2. Most people don't make these connections, but I'm going to show y'all how to do it. Genesis chapter 2, verse number 1. The heavens and the earth were finished, all the host of them, and on the seventh day Elohim ended his work which he had made. Elohim rested on the seventh day from all of his work which he had made. Verse 3, Elohim blessed the seventh day, he sanctified it, because that in that day he rested from all of his work which Elohim created and made. Verse 4, watch. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that Elohim created and made the earth and heavens. Verse 5, every plant of the field before it was in the earth, every herb of the field before it grew, for Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. So the job of the human was to till the ground. So let's look at the definition for till. The definition for till is the Hebrew word in verse number 5. It's the Hebrew word H5647. It's the word abad, meaning to work in any sense, by implication to serve, until, right, or till, enslave, etc., to keep in bondage, to be a bondman, a bondservant, compel, do, or dress, ear, execute, be a husbandman, keep, labor, laboring, bring to pass, cause to make, to serve, serving, self-serve, to become a servant, to do service, a tiller, transgress, from margins, set a work, or be wrought, or a worshiper. So he goes on. We know that tilling the ground don't be a worship. It doesn't mean to be a worshiper of the ground, but to till the ground means to be a husbandman. I don't have a manager over the things that I've created in these 6 days. So verse 5, every plant of the field before it was in the earth, every herb of the field before it grew, Yahweh had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. Verse 6, but there went up a mist, because there was no rain, from the earth, and it watered the whole face of the ground. Verse 7, and Yahweh our Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground. He breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Man became a living soul. Verse 8, Yahweh our Elohim planted a garden in eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed, and out of the ground he made to grow the trees that were good for sight, tree of life in the middle of the garden. And then verse 10 talks about there were rivers that went out of Eden, right? But pay attention to this. He says Elohim made a garden and put man in it. Now, if Elohim made a garden and put man in it, and man's job, what was man's job when man was made? Why was man even brought into play? Anybody know?
To till the ground.
Thank you, Brother Ben. Y'all say your name when you come off. To till the ground, right? So tilling the ground meant, as we just defined, does anybody know what tilling the ground in this particular storyline means?
Ben?
Go ahead, Ben.
To keep to basically keep the grounds, like everything in the garden, good to go?
To be a husbandman.
To be a husbandman.
So husbandman is a part of the word husbandry. Husbandry comes from horticulture or agriculture. It is a part of that scenario. That there's a word, it's evading my mind right now. Thesaurus, not thesaurus. Synonyms, yeah, to that end. So husbandry, husbandman, horticulture, agriculture, they go together. So there isn't a man to take care of this from a husbandry's perspective. I don't have a man to till the ground and cause the seed-giving fruit that will fall from its vine and or tree limbs to reproduce itself. I need a man to do that. There's a process in the dirt, in the earth, where there will be a need for, fertilizing. There will be a need for, pruning, which Yahweh himself does. John chapter 14, 15 talks about that as well. Yahweh, he prunes us. So that man's job is to be the horticulturalist, to be the agriculturalist, to be the husbandman. And then we can get into why a male is called the husband in the marriage, because he is there to prune the potential and help to bring the potential of everyone in his room, circle, and or home to the point where they blossom because of how he watches, brings fertilization, brings water, brings sunlight, and prunes back the first fruits that are coming forth from those limbs, branches, and leaves so that the place can have a full flow of sustainability. It's a big, big, big thing connected to husband. So I don't have time for that today. If you want to know more about it, ask a question next week. Maybe we'll open that up and go into that. But understand that when this man is made, not just the masculinity, but the human is made. He's made with the intent, the sole intent of tilling the ground. So to your question, my dear brother, which is so important. And the question states, why did the translator say multiply and replenish? But does replenish indicate someone or something had to be there before? No. The multiply, and we're going to read the text 128. Let me go there now so when I'm reading it, you'll know we're talking the same thing. 128, look at it. It's on the screen now. Should be. Anyway, there you go. 128. Pay attention to this. Look. Again, I'll start at 27. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him, male and female created he them. He blessed them, said to them. Now watch the commas, KYC, y'all should love this. Watch the commas. He said unto him, be fruitful, comma. Be multiply, comma. Replenish the earth, comma. Subdue it. What? The earth. So the first two in Genesis 1:28 says Elohim said bless them. 1:28 Elohim said bless them. Verse 28 Elohim said bless them. He blessed them and he then said to them, y'all be fruitful and I need y'all to multiply. Humans. Then he specifically says replenish the earth. So the replenishing here, Brother Gavin, and to many more of you, not just my dear brother Gavin, that's what that means. replenish the earth, till the ground. That's why I made you. But I also need you to multiply yourselves in the earth. But the replenishing doesn't mean there were other humans here prior to. No, this is the first time a human's ever been made. Multiply yourself. Be fruitful among yourselves. But while you're doing that, your purpose for multiplying and being fruitful is so that you humans can till the ground, i.e., replenish the earth's resources once it falls off tree and falls off vine and dies. Replant it, whatever needs to be done. Get the seed from it, live from it, live off of it, the whole 9 yards. Brother Gavin, does that make sense? Does anybody else got a question about that? Talk to me, Brother Gavin. Anybody else got a comment? Any other theologian, any other pastor, leader here that's on platform? Got anything you want to share about that? Anybody get a revelation from that? Because this ain't about titles. This is about revelation. This is about our relationships with the Father. Anybody have anything? And Brother Gavin, let me know if you're still out there or you got a thought if that didn't answer your question.
Rogers, that takes my mind back to the charge, what we were talking about before. We're to replenish, and then there's a lifespan. You know, the lifespan expires, and the more children we have that mankind produce, the more the population increases as well as decreases. And with that, I yield.
Yahweh be praised. Anyone else?
Spencer. So when you were talking about the subdue thing, I don't know, in my mind, it just made me think. We hear a lot in mainstream about, you know, I got dominion over this and I'm going to subdue this. But the text talks about the earth and not people.
Correct.
And humanity has this thing that they're going to dominate someone, a person. And that's not the edict that we got from the Father. So how did we get screwed up in that sense?
Because we're competitive. And we have always been, conquering because of the knowledge of good and evil. Once we perverted the perfection of Yahweh our Elohim, we ended up doing something different. So now you got narratives of religion based on, narratives of religion and narratives of ethnicities who want to be conquerors, pinky in the brain mindsets. I'm going to conquer the world. So now you got church people trying to take dominion over their neighborhood, over whatever. One thing, Pastor Spencer, most won't get why I made this shift. I think you will. Most people think that we're supposed to have dominion over the earth where evil doesn't operate.
Right, and that's wrong.
Exactly. And that's the fuel for why most you hear and my here in Christendom would say, I got power to subdue the earth to bend its way to my will. According to the instructions for the purpose of man being made was to do his will, and his will was for us to actually cultivate the earth. We in a place now where we're competing for space on the earth with another person designed to have dominion in the earth. The human was to have dominion, not one human over other humans. So the spirit of comparisonitis and the spirit of competition, people trying to conquer because now the earth isn't yielding to us, the Cain effect, being a fugitive, stealing whatever we can steal. Now, not quite like Cain, because the earth still produces for those. But when Adam now has the earth cursed for his sake, Adam's got to make sure he got a spot for himself and his 4 and no more. You got to make sure you got a spot for your 4 and no more. Now we got the covetousness, we got the we got the competition, we got the comparisonitis, we got the I was gonna say it, but you know, my drinks are better than yours, my ways are better than yours, and you got stuff we need, so we're gonna come at you at the middle of the night and take it. And if you don't like it, then you'll have to die with your stance, and that becomes a major problem. So we have always thought, now that religions are at play in our day, that us saying, I'm going to take dominion. Dominion was already given to the human. Evil and good already existed in our being. It wouldn't have mattered whether evil was present. We would still have had dominion. And then he says, I'm also going to give you something else, earth dweller. I'm going to let you have dominion over just the fish of the sea. I'm also going to give you dominion over the birds I made from the sea. I'm going to move all of them over into the earth. And by the way, they're a very good snack. Have you ever had a chicken nugget? So, you know, I'm just putting it out there. You know what I mean? That was funny. That was good. So at the end of the day, these are nobody found that funny.
I think it's hilarious.
I like chicken nuggets.
You know what I mean? So, you know, we got to the point where we thought that, okay, well, you know, the enemy of my faith, and now we got this other faith system out here. We got this other ethnicity of people out there. I got dominion. I'm taking dominion over my credit. I'm taking dominion over my finances. I'm taking dominion over my neighborhood. I'm taking dominion over dear heart, your job, our job, still to this day doesn't change from that description. The job description of Genesis 1:28 is, in fact, the only human responsibility on the planet. And because we're trying to do everything else, we ruined it. Ruined it so bad, we're trying to move to Mars. Somebody say, just do your job. If we ever just do our job.
Just do your job.
If we ever just do our job, if the human ever does his job. Can I show y'all how deep this goes? Can I show y'all how deep this goes? Can I show y'all how deep this goes? Y'all got to tell me yes or no. Pastor Spencer, don't lose your thought. Y'all got to tell me. Can I show y'all how deep this goes? YouTube, can I tell Clubhouse? Y'all not there? Clubhouse, come off mic. Can I tell y'all how deep this goes?
Tell us. Yes, Apostle.
Go with me to Joel chapter 2. You had one job. Somebody typed that in. Human had one job. Human had one job. That's it, Apostle Walker. That's right. She's tell him. One job. Just do your job, human. Look at this. Joel chapter 2. Look at it. Joel chapter 2. Look at how deep this is. All right. Chapter 2, verse 16. I'm going to read this in context. Don't get bored. Pay attention. The human had one job, and the prophet Joel, millennia later, is talking about it because Yahweh put the feasts in place so that we would be forced to till the ground. The offering of Sukkah is about tilling the ground. The offerings for Pesach, the offering for Shavuot are about tilling the ground, whether it's livestock, whether it's herds and cattle, whether it's grains and fruits and figs and nuts. All of it is about the man's job. The reason Yahweh made him. Look, gather the people, verse 16. Sanctify the congregation, assemble the elders, get the children, all the humans, and those that suck the breast. Let the bridegroom go forth of his chamber and the bride out of her closet. Let the priests and the ministers of Yahweh weep between the porch and the altar. Let them say, spare thy people, Yahweh, give thine heritage not over to reproach, that the heathen humans should ever rule over them. Wherefore should they say among the people, where is their Elohim? Then will Yahweh, pay attention, be jealous for his land, and then pity his people. Verse 19, yea, Yahweh will answer, Yahweh will say unto his people, behold, I will send you corn, I will send you wine, you shall be satisfied therewith. I will no more make you a reproach among the heathen. Why? Because you've gathered in my season. Verse 20, but I will remove from off of you the northern army. I will drive him into a barren land, desolate, his face toward the east sea, hinder parts toward the utmost sea, and his stink, when I kill him, shall come up, and his ill savor shall come up, because he has eaten many great things. Oh, y'all didn't know that? Because I'll tell you in a minute what that means. Because he hath done great things. Verse 21, fear thou not. Watch. Fear thou not, O land. Be glad and be re-strengthened. Remember what rejoice means. Be glad and rejoice, for Yahweh is going to do great things. The creator of you is going to do great things. Verse 22, be not afraid, you beasts of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness, they're going to spring forth their fruit for you. For the tree is going to bear her fruit. The fig tree and the vine, they're going to yield their strength. Watch this. Verse 23, be glad then, you children of Zion, and rejoice in Yahweh your Elohim, for he's given you the former rain moderately. He's going to cause to come down for you the rain, former rain and latter rain, in the first month of the spring where farming gets done. Verse 24, and the floors will be full of wheat. The vat shall overflow with your wine, your oil. I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten, cankerworm, caterpillar, palmer worm, my great army, I talked about up in verse 18. And then he says, which I sent among you. You shall eat in plenty. You will be satisfied. You will praise the name of Yahweh your Elohim, which has dealt wondrously with you, and my people shall never be ashamed. Now, this thing gets deep. Because when Yahweh does this, he's telling the earth in verse number 20, watch this. Listen, when Israel comes back to me, or my people come back from me, I'm going to remove the northern army. Verse 21, I want the land to be glad because the human has returned to acknowledging me and the job I gave him. So therefore, he says, do not be afraid, you beasts of the fields, because the human has rent his heart, not his garment. Y'all didn't catch that. Verse 22, don't be afraid, you beast of the fields. The human has rent his heart and not his garments. For the pastures now will produce as they were always supposed to when the human is back in dominion. And by coming back to me in this way, that is what's going to happen. So you guys, good news, the human is back in line with where I want him to be. At least this demonstration from Israel. When they come back to me, they restore, they begin to give me back what I've asked them to do, and they will be put back in dominion. So when we're back in place, the earth produces the way it's supposed to. When we're not in place, the earth is taken advantage of and tore up and raped of its minerals and resources, stripped of what it's supposed to have. And then we find ourselves in the condition we're in right now, lacking an ozone layer because we never tilled the ground, but we did do a lot of digging and exploring, and we tore the ground up and we contaminated the ground. We've got oil and stuff. If we would have listened to what Yahweh wanted from the beginning, we probably would not have the toxicity in our waters. We would not have all these different radioactive elements. We'd know what to do with every resource that's on the planet. Now, some of y'all will lose attention with that, but that is the reason Yahweh put man on the planet. Man getting the knowledge of good and evil, feels he has an intellect that can make him like God, feels that he is an actual creator of things instead of understanding he's just discovering things that were here. It blew my mind when I was sitting one day thinking and laughing because the cell phones were coming out. I was in prayer and Yahweh said to me, you know about gamma rays, right? You know about microwave, right? Do y'all think you made that stuff? And I was like, no. He said, you discovered it. And right after that, they came out with 3G. He's like, everything you need, everything you're using to benefit you, I could have led y'all into it if you'd been tilling the ground. And when you discovered it, you would not make it with side effects for using it. You know, because if you use these waves wrong, people are getting brain cancer. You're putting your earphones. You should never have, so many different things we didn't pay attention. Can't have the radiation on your body because people can get knotted up in their skin and their sinew. And there's so much, but yes, you get the convenience of it. But there's also an actual side effect from that convenience for many people. And so he was sharing with me in that time of prayer. And I'm like, wow, we discovered, we didn't create gamma rays. We didn't create the H bomb. That power from the H bomb that took out Hiroshima back in the day, that power already existed. We discovered how to use it. It's always been here. We didn't create anything. We didn't create 5G. It's always been here. We're just finding out about it. So how long do you think it would have taken Yahweh if we'd have remained in constant process with him from the garden? Think we'd have learned about that stuff sooner? If Yahweh was guiding us and we were tilling the ground?
So true. Absolutely.
So in that sense, where did I come from before I came from Joel chapter 2? I came from Genesis. Joel chapter 2 goes to prove that when the human gets back in place, even the beasts of the field are waiting for us to get back in order. The whole earth moans and groans for the human to get back in place. Where is that passage? It's in Romans, isn't it?
8:22.
It is. Thank you. So in Romans 8:22, look at what happens. Joel chapter 2 helps you. Watch this. Romans 8:22. Look at what it tells you. This is very deep, very interesting stuff. Romans 8, verse 22. Putting it on the screen so you can see it for yourselves. Don't want you to be without it. It's important to see. Romans 8:22. Bible is on screen. Watch this. Watch this. All right, let's go to verse number 16. The Spirit itself bears witness of our spirit that we are the children of Elohim. And if we are children, then we are heirs. Somebody say dominion.
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 Verse 17. So if we are children, then we are heirs. We are heirs of Elohim and joint heirs with Messiah. If so be that we suffer with him, that we may be also glorified together. Verse 18. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. Look at verse 19. Pay attention. For the earnest expectation of the creature, say the earth.
The earth.
The earth.
For the earnest expectation of the creature is waiting for the manifestation of the sons of Elohim. Because the creature, verse 20, was made subject to vanity, not willingly, but by reason of him who had subjected the same in hope, meaning the sons of Elohim, humanity, right? This is what he's talking about. So when we are no longer sons of Elohim as humans, the whole earth is subjected to vanity. Not willingly was the earth subjected. The earth did not willingly subject itself to vanity, but the human who had dominion over the earth subjected the man, the earth, the creation, to vanity. Verse 21, verse 20 again. For the creature was made subject, the earth was made subject. All creatures on the earth were made subject to vanity because of the human. Verse 21, because the creature itself shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of Elohim. So when the children of Elohim get liberated, then the creature, which was its job to have dominion over, will also be delivered from the bondage of the corruption of the human that brought it on. Verse 21 again. I hope y'all getting this. Because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty that the children of Elohim experience when they in fact have come through. For we know, verse 22, look, for we know that the whole creation groans and travails in pain together until now. And not only they, but we humans ourselves, which have the first fruits of his spirit, even we groan ourselves within ourselves, waiting for the adoption of the word of God, to wit, the redemption of even our bodies. I need somebody to tell me that hits different.
Yes, it does. It is way different.
It's different. Different.
So when you and I become compliant with Elohim, get back to our job of tilling the ground, of course, Sabbath teaches us how to do that in this modern day because we done really messed that all up. The whole earth begins to produce again the way that it was supposed to. We're so far gone now. Y'all was like, look, we're just going to get rid of this place. But at the end of the day, that's the goal. So we still have the ability that when we have a commonwealth, when you have a group of individuals working from the concepts of Torah, keeping his Moedim, keeping his seventh day, his feasts, his times, his words, making them the governance of your life, then the world and the earth beneath you, unlike Cain, unlike Adam, now begins to do what it was designed to do. And the beasts of the field will be happy. Oh my God, the whole creature is waiting for the redemption of the sons of men, who, when they're following the writ, become the sons of Elohim, who have the dominion over the Adoma it serves. We've been doing way too much. Only one person says that hits different on YouTube. YouTube, y'all not rocking with this. It's okay if you're not. It's all right.
I've been doing way too much.
So, Pastor Spencer, I'm sorry, you were talking about something. I didn't mean to go way off on this. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we were talking about dominion, and you didn't go past it. You hit the nail on the head. Yeah, we do way too much. That's all I have to say. But the passage that you read in Joel, where it talked about let the priest weep between the porch and the altars and cry, spare thy people, Yahweh.
Give not thine heritage over to reproach.
Yeah.
That the heathen may rule over them. Right.
To rule over them. So when we think about dominion and ruling over somebody, we that should trigger us to know we are out of the will of Elohim.
Absolutely.
Only the heathen, those who don't know Yahweh, behaves like that. Even when he told Israel to go in and possess the land, he would tell them to put under the ban those nations, those people, to utterly destroy them, not dominate them. He said he will drive them out, even as he said in Joel, he will drive them, to the west or east or whatever direction. I don't have it up in front of me right now. But he never called us as humans to dominate over one another.
No, not as human, not as one human to dominate another human. Right.
Correct.
That was never the plan. The plan was for humanity to be as one. Oh, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Pastor. I just want to confirm your point.
No, I'm done. Gavin's question opened up, just a lot of different avenues. But thank you for expounding on that.
And to that too, you bring it up because what we don't realize is there was a real demonstration of what a people could do if they were one. And we demonize it because of what Yahweh had to do, because he couldn't have that mentality taking dominion. I mean, you have the story of Nimrod. Proving that when a people, no matter who, where, when, where, or how, come together for one purpose and one goal. Yahweh said, the way I made the human, I need to go down there and make them babble between themselves, because the tower they're building and the fervor that they have, and if they have put their mind to do this thing, they will accomplish it. Why would Yahweh say that? Because he made the human. Do you know the enemy does everything he can do to keep us divided? Because if we ever get on one accord,
Amen.
whatever he said it in that book, he said it right there in Nimrod's story. He said, if whatever they have purposed into their mind, they will do it. Let us go down. He said that the same way when he said, let us make man. Let us go down and cause them to babble between themselves, because the thing that they have purposed to do, they will surely accomplish it. Now, we trying to get into space with fish bowls on our head, pushing oxygen in our masks, and these clowns are trying to get to heaven where Elohim sits, which means they got to go past the moon and past Mars. And Yahweh says these jokers, without all of that, will figure it out and get up here. No rocket ship. They're building a tower big enough to Yahweh said they will accomplish this thing. Y'all not talking to me.
You're right. You are right. That just goes back to the point you said when we're just discovering stuff. And if we had only stuck to the original plan, the original charge to keep the land, how farther we would be.
We'd have a whole different way of producing medicinal elements for us, rather than just using oils and their silicone and synthetics that come off of that. And that's the trash of the purpose for the people who discovered oil to be a fossil fuel, to do whatever it does, light feed or make fuel for something. And we're just using it. So to eliminate wasting so much of the oil extract, they found a way to let it serve the trash of it, the expendable stuff of it, to actually even make more money and help to codify and bring together medications and keeping them preserved. And though byproducts or side effects of that process, the good technically outweighs the you know, what's that thing called, the side effects. You know, I mean, I think about all this. I'm like, man, if we would have just let Yahweh show us how to use the cocoa plant, let Yahweh show us how to use the hemp, how to use all these different medicines, all these different herbs, because he said the herbs in the field are meat for you. So every herb has a purpose. We never kept Sabbath so he could show us what the purposes specifically of each one was. Man, that shit hit deep in somebody's heart. What would have happened if Yahweh could have shown us? I personally, and I'm being subjective here, doubt that oil would be used the way it's being used right now, if Yahweh was in control of telling us how to use it. If man would have ever just sat with him in Sabbath as he did initially, Yahweh showed man what a giraffe was, what an elephant was, what a hippo was, what an alligator was, what a croc was, what a lion and a Bengal were, right? And what a pigeon and a dove were, right? He showed him that, but we've stopped listening and sitting in Sabbath with Elohim so he could show us how to use these different things we are discovering on an earth he created. Instead, man's pride and arrogance, thinking he'll be like God, goes out and makes something Ben Franklin electrocutes himself because electricity already exists. He's just discovering it. Almost dies in the process. Newton, gravity, apples bust him in his head, all this dumb stuff. We're just discovering this stuff. It's already here. Yahweh created everything on the earth that man was supposed to have dominion and a husbandman too. He would have shown us how to use everything on this planet if we would ever taken the time to sit with him and let him talk to us instead of us coming from the knowledge of good and evil we inherited from Adam's disobedience, i.e. perversion of a perfected state of existing. I'm sorry. Let me get off of that because that's a pet peeve for me. Mods, what's next on cue?
Daphne, sir.
Hey, Daphne? Daphne, is she there? All right, who's next on cue, Mods?
I don't have anyone else on Clubhouse, sir.
Yeah, Regina.
Hey, Regina.
Montgomery.
Okay. Is that the order?
I said my name before, but you didn't hear me.
Okay. So, moderator, since you're with me normally, Regina, go ahead. We'll let you go. What you got, Regina? Then so Regina, Montgomery, and I thought I heard a third voice. All right, so if you want to be heard, please, you guys say your name out loud, even while we're talking, so the moderators will pick it up. It is, Simone. It is deep. I'm glad you said that. It is deeper than what I'm hearing amens back about this is. I don't know if it's that we just processing. We keep using that as an excuse, but at some point, this ain't really much to process when you realize we don't obey him. We don't sit with him in Sabbath for him to tell us what he made for us. Everything on this planet was made before the human was made. The human was the last thing to be made. And then he says, let me show you what I made for you. We don't sit with him for that purpose anymore. We sit with him to get in the spirit, like we on some kind of cocaine or hashish or some kind of, marijuana high, having a smoke session with a party joint in the church. And we're going to get high. We're going to get high and then we're going to leave. We're going to get high and then we're going to leave. And that's all we do. We go to church just to get high and then go back to the doldrums of our homes. He meant for so much more for us. This is crazy. It is deep. It really is deep. I really believe that he would not have had us do this mass production governmental takeover of crop fields all around the world so that they could relegate with preservatives that are deadlier than dying from hunger because they make you suffer longer. But at the end of the day, I just don't see if we who were tilling the ground were doing that, minding the business of tilling the ground, how any of us could ever go hungry any place on the planet. But humanity in its own ways, thinking it's God because it's eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil by Adam, we now think we're like God and we can work and walk like God. So then we come up with ideas to regulate governmentally what Yahweh never had a governmental process for other than humans till my ground. But that thing of competition, that thing of conquering, Yahweh never intended for one man to be over another man. He intended humanity to have dominion over the earthen realm. It is deep, Simone. It really is deep. All right. Who's next, mods? Regina?
Yes. So what I wanted to share was that as you were talking about husbandry and original intention for having dominion over the earth, I was thinking about the fact that I work at a place where there's actually a garden. And for the first 3 years, the trees were not bearing fruit. They were just the fruit was hard, no taste, no flavor. I had assumed different reasons for that, but then they hired a gardener, and he took the natural things to take care of the ground. He literally researched how to naturally restore the soil and fertilize the trees. And the fruit that came out the year that he was there was just amazing. And it was from studying, researching, but it was all natural, using eggshells and banana peels and coffee grounds. But the thing of it is, he took the time to learn how to do it. No pesticides, none of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the bounty of those trees were the best that from the CEO that came and saw. He said that was the best ever, as bountiful as those trees were. And because he focused and studied on how to do it properly. When there was no one there to till the garden properly, those trees weren't bearing good fruit. But just to your point, when someone came with the intention of how to help this garden come back to life and to do it properly, it was just amazing. It was more than from day to night, from night to day, in the sense of how bountiful those trees were. And it just made me think about, as you were speaking just now, when we do the jobs that we're supposed to do, and when we don't try to do too much. And he didn't try to do too much. He focused on how to get these trees to bear good fruit. And he poured his energy into it, and the fruit was amazing. It just really made me think about when we try to do more than what we need to do instead of focusing on what we're given to do. And just honoring what Yahweh gives us to do and do that thing what he gives us to do. The results are so much different. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
No, it's very true. And I have to agree with you because I'm from the Garden State. And, you know, I don't have a green thumb, but I know about what you got to do to get that rich soil and be able to create. Any soil can produce. When you think about the fact that we talk about coffee grinds, we talk about eggshells, you got to remember, no matter where you were, the trees were filled with birds until we started hunting them down the way that we do, which is a process, but they can actually reproduce themselves in light of that. But there are eggshells that these birds come from. People don't realize this. And those eggshells, if they're coming from a nest in a tree, would drop at the base of that tree or be absorbed in that tree by rain, you know, decomposing, or by falling to the ground and the rain driving it into the soil and the tree sucking the nutrients of. How many trees have birds and bird communities, you know, where people go, and the shells of trees or birds that made it out and hatched, and, you know, then the shells fall over. All of those things are all natural. The earth takes care of itself. It can make its own, it has everything in its environment to have the compost, we call it compost, that is necessary, the proper soil that is necessary for growing whatever is in that little area, that big area. And it's all about the recycling process that Yahweh's already put into the ecosystem. But humanity, thinking we know better, want to put up more concrete everywhere, want to put down more asphalt everywhere, want to push back the natural habitats of all things creature for the sake of it being the man. We got to get back to it. Well, it's a tad bit late for it overall, but if we get back to, by, I don't want to call it a metaphor, but by a parallel, if we get back to listening to Yahweh give us instructions about how to live in the earth he made, and to assume the dominion he gave us, not over man, not over religion, not over a woman, not over our children, but teaching our children, teaching our families to be one unit, doing what Yahweh wants in our home. I really value Brother Grice and his wife, Michelle, because what Brother Sister Grice have done, they have children, and they all have unique gifts of their own, but they all, in those gifts that they do, one prunes, one digs, one makes compost, one waters, one plants seed, whatever, right? But they all do it to the purpose from their home of pleasing the Father. And that is the best way in the world to be blessed of Elohim. And I don't say that to brag about the Grices or put y'all on blast, but you never know how your loyalty and disobedience, even in the good times, bad times, ugly times, is viewed and seen as a blessing to someone who understands the process. And whether you know you've done it or not, you guys represent that. And I'm like, yes, mark that. That's the right way. That's the way the family should be. When I hear Jordan, when I hear DeAndre, when I hear Michelle, when I hear DeArthur, when I hear them, they are all on the same tip. What does Elohim want from me? They're in Sabbath. They're in the Moedim. And Yahweh will never, ever look past that unity. And I speak this in prophetic form to that family and any other family who's doing that. David's cry, oh, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. For there, don't give up, don't stop. For there, in that unity, when the family comes together to do what Yahweh wants, though we all have different gifts, all have different functions, the point is we come together in unity for the governance of his word. There, Yahweh commands the blessings naturally, even everlasting life spiritually.
Amen.
So to the Grices, I know y'all didn't expect that. I didn't expect to say it out there in public like this, but I look at y'all and I praise Yahweh for what you guys do. I mean that. There are other families too, Elder Rogers, you and yours, who follow with you as well. I love to see it when I see it. It's just a beautiful, beautiful thing to watch. And I say, mark them that walk upright. I didn't say they're perfect, but I say their intention and their heart is to do what Yahweh says as a family in all of their uniquenesses. So I find it to be amazing. It's such a delight to see. All right, I think I did too much talking. All right, what was next? Who's next? And you know what? I got to save my voice. We're 5 hours in this thing. Were there any other questions or thoughts on platform? Simone made a statement earlier. We are so humanly smart, all the while killing ourselves with ungodly knowledge. Somebody make that a quote, please, and put Simone Ireland's name to it. I need to get that out quickly, too. I love that. Well stated, Simone. Maz, who's next on cue, please?
Sister Beverly has a message, question, and Daphne is back on the, Pastor Daphne is back on the platform.
All right. What's Beverly's, what Minister Phillips' question is? Is this it?
Yes.
So replenish could be to populate. You're replenishing the populace of whatever it was. So when he says replenish the earth, whatever the earth expended, I need you as a tiller to grab the resource to help it reproduce itself. So replenish what I gave you. So it's not like populate the earth. It means replenish what I gave you. If you read up in chapter 1, he says, I gave you seed inside of fruit that bears seed so that you can keep replenishing yourself. That's what I gave you. So replenish the earth. So when you eat the fruit, spit the seed out, put it back in the ground, replenish the earth. The trees are going to drop, the fruit's going to drop, everything has an expiration date. Replenish the earth. Cut down the tree if it's in the way, blocking sunlight for other trees, all of that kind of thing. You know what I mean? However Yahweh would have had to get that done, replenish the fruit. All right. Okay. She says, thank you. You're welcome. All right. Who's next? Mods.
Ask the Daphne if she wants.
Daphne, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, what you got?
So when I think it was the Pastor Spencer, somehow we were in Genesis 4, and I was looking at the part between Cain and Abel, trying to figure out, but I did some research too, why Yahweh was angry, disapproved with Cain's offering as opposed to Abel's offering. And then so it led me to some different verses, which now I understand. It led me to Exodus 22 and 29 and Leviticus 23 and 20 and Leviticus 3, 16, 14. But then it gets to Hebrews 11 and 4. And I'm trying to bring a little bit of clarity just to the ending part. It says, by faith, Abel offered unto Yahweh a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous. Yahweh testifying of his gifts, and by it he being dead yet speaketh. That little part right there. Could you help me, Apostle, on that part? And by it he being dead yet speaketh.
So, what's the question? By him being dead means the blood spoke. The blood.
At first was why was he angry at Cain? But then through the research, I got clarity on it. Abel brought a gift, and his gift in giving his offering, it aligned with Leviticus 23 and 20, which I went into. And then Cain's gift didn't align because it says, thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits. So in my mind, I'm thinking Cain did not offer the first ripe fruits, whereas Abel did offer his first. Is that where Yahweh was disapproved?
Yeah, whatever the prescription for offering was, Abel gave one, apparently fulfilled it rightly. Cain gave one, didn't fulfill it rightly. So the rightness of Abel's offering got his offering consumed clean as the altar was burning. The smoke didn't get black, didn't stink. It was consumed like a sweet savor into the heavens by Yahweh or Elohim, if we can put that in a pictorial and make a pictorial of that. And in fact, to make a comparison to that, or the flip side of that coin, when Cain gave his offering, just imagine black smoke, black and gray smoke, thick billowing from the altar, choking out anybody nearby, and the animals, the birds flying out of trees because the smoke is so thick and dark. And those are the differences. So when you see the way that Abel's offering was conceived, it's in righteousness. Then Cain's not in the right way, thus the burning the wrong way. Then you have Cain upset because Abel's went, and he knows in his heart that his offering was being rejected by Elohim. So he's upset, ends up, however he does it, killing his brother, and his blood, though he is dead, speaks from the ground to the giver of life, because the life of man is in the blood. Y'all don't forget that. The life of man is in the blood. I feel a prophetic unction coming from many of y'all to understand this. So do y'all understand that the life of man is in the blood?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Do we understand that Abel's blood was shed because he did the right thing? Only because he did the right thing.
Wow.
Right.
See, I wouldn't have understood that until you just taught me that. I just always heard Cain killed Abel and not knowing totally why.
So,
and the details.
So in the realities that Cain was killed, or Cain killed Abel, ultimately because he did the right thing. It also then explains that, as Paul wrote in Hebrews chapter 4, he says that while he was dead, his blood yet spoke to the Father. Let me say, give me the Hebrews chapter, so I don't want to misquote it real quick. Hebrews 11. Where, Daphne, are you still on that passage?
Yeah.
Read it, please.
Yes, sir. That's
just
that part.
read it.
Now I understand. It says, by faith, Abel offered unto Yahweh a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous. Yahweh testifying of his gifts, and by it he being dead yet speaketh. Wow.
While he was dead, Abel, by way of the blood, kept speaking to the Father. Here's your prophetic unction. Y'all pay attention to this. Pay attention. Pay attention. Messiah was hung on a cross because he did right. He offered the appropriate sacrifice. And his blood, while he was yet dead, was released from his womb. So that blood shed upon our hearts and minds will always yet speak from a righteous entity to the Father on our behalf.
Thank you, Yahweh. Apostle. That just came to my mind. Thank you for that.
So when you sin, and because you accept the blood of Yeshua HaMashiach, it will always speak as a mediator on your behalf. You slinging the blood around on the devil and slinging the blood around on a mad coworker or a bad driver next to you, or your husband or wife who you trying to get divorced from, or your bad children, or the teacher who talked to your child wrong. You slinging the blood on all that, and slinging the blood on devils and demons and ghosts and spirits that ain't got nothing to do with your that part of your salvation. You got to understand the blood is designed to speak to Elohim while the giver is yet dead on your behalf.
Wow.
Nobody grateful to the Father? In all things, we giving thanks.
Amen. That was good, yeah.
The blood of Yeshua HaMashiach, while he was dead, yet spoke then and still speaks now to the Father on your behalf.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
All right. Great point. Thanks for adding value to the teaching, to the lesson today. Daphne, appreciate you so much. All right. What we got next, Maz? Who's next? All right. Well, Zion, you know I got to be back here to teach tomorrow. What's tomorrow's teaching going to be on? It's posted somewhere. You should have it posted. Hoping that you guys will be able to join in with it. And what's the title? Just go looking for a posting. If you're on Clubhouse, you'll see it. If you're on YouTube, there should be an advertisement coming forward in the hold. We hope that you have been edified and benefited from today's teachings. And the way we study, it was really a talk, but a talk about remembering to be introspective. None of us are perfect. And Sabbath helps us to remind ourselves that we're not perfect. Don't you dare try to think that because you're bougie and you have the right, you've earned the right to go after what is excellent, more excellence, that you have the right to step on anybody and deem yourself with an exception that you can do it because you're a child of God and you taking dominion back. There is a way that seems right unto a man. There's always in a man's way going to be an end of destruction. Some translations say death. So today, I want you to realize the power of Elohim is found in his gospels. And I am not ashamed of the gospel of Yeshua HaMashiach, for it is the power of Elohim unto salvation for them that believe. The question is, do you believe? To be here in Sabbath and sitting here and keeping your house and your home in a Sabbath mode means you do believe. And if you believe the same way I believe, I join faith with you that Yahweh's ability to grant commonwealth to you, myself included, and the brethren who dwell together in unity, that the commonwealth of his shalom would fall in your homes, the health, the provisions, the protection, the tranquility, the harmony, the peace that passes all understanding, the soundness of mind, the welfare for you, your family, your children, for generations to come, as long as Yahweh delays his coming, rest with you all. Continue to honor him. Continue to check and consider your ways in your next 6 days of work. Allow yourself to honor them who have rule over you. And make it your business, if you're in a condition where you have subordinates, that you do not try to lord over them, nor provoke them to anger, but serve them. Even though they were hired to serve the purpose of the company, you serve them. That the kingdom life within you shines through for Elohim's glory and honor. Now may Yahweh bless you all and keep you. May Yahweh make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift his countenance upon you and grant you all 13 attributes of his shalom. Hope you had a great time. Hope you're still learning. Hope you learn to honor him in everything. Don't forget, Zion, we do have the Sabbath coming up. Pesach is coming up upon us not long from now. And we need to be in a position to get ready for it. Sabbath is coming up on April the 11th, 12th, 13th, and the 18th for the times of Pesach, Hakat Matzat, first fruits, Hag Bikurim, and the end of Hakat Matzat. So make sure that you are ready. You're going to need a lamb on the 11th. You're going to need a for your household on the 11th. Each household brings a lamb on the 11th, but the 15th, each responsible adult brings a lamb. 13th, you have also the first fruits, which is a lamb, and oil, grain, as well as wine, which is monetized out. Those amounts we'll discuss in announcements on Sunday's tile. I want you guys to get that and be a part of that. And also the 18th, you'll bring a lamb per responsible adult to the Father on your behalf, per the instructions of Yahweh, who is our Elohim. Now we want you to get that, grab that, hold on to that. Don't forget that time, that day, it's coming, it's upon us. We can't even get away from it if we tried. All right. And so these are the important things. And as we make this move to do what's necessary, learn those days, keep those days, give Yahweh what he wants from you in those days, and watch what he does for you in that time. In that time. All right. We want to make sure that we're doing it for his glory, for his honor, and for his praise. And that's really the bottom line. So the 14th, 15th, and the 16th, the 13th, pardon me, the 14th, 15th, and 16th of Nisan, all right, there you go, are what we need to understand about that day. And those days are very key and keen to us. And they are part of our keeping of the faith, working with what Yahweh has for us to do and how we need to go. And we want you to be a part of it. Don't forget it. We'll talk more about it over the week as it goes. And that's just really the way it is right now. So that's our hope. That's our plan. And we're hoping you will be a part of it on these weeks to come. My computer is acting goofy, so I can't get off. Oh, there we go. Finally. Hold on, people. All right, come on. All right, I am being stalled out, so I'm going to take a way out of this to do it better. I'm hoping that you guys will, in fact, be back with us. I got to get off this page. It won't let me out of here. All right, there we go. Hide comment. All right, now we're better off. So, sorry for the delay. I know you guys are going to peel out of here. I was trying to get something up for you guys to see, but I didn't do it well enough. So we're now going to be done with the announcement. Yahweh be praised. And we're looking forward to you to remembering that we'll be here tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. for the teachings on the signs of the times and what it looks like for us with Pesach. We'll talk more about the prescriptions for the Moedim as well as the times for the Moedim. We hope that you'll join in. All righty. Those of you still in Sabbath, Shabbat, we speak Shabbat Shalom to you. You got a few more hours. Enjoy them all. Those of you who've been out for a while and stayed with us while we were in it on the East Coast, all right, it's Eastern Standard Time. We're grateful that you were able to study with us, and we hope that you've been edified. All right. We are out of here. We're going to let y'all go. Do what y'all do. Be what y'all be. How you do it. And we'll see you again soon. And may Yahweh bless you is, in fact, our earnest prayer. So we're going to close this off and end this programming. You guys have a wonderful night and a great day. And we'll see you all very, very soon. Shalom Aleichem.
Alaikum shalom. Shabbat shalom to everyone.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Thank you.
Truth, this is the place for you. Don't need to complicate it. It's best to keep it basic. Open the book, the word is self-approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences. Let love heal all that's broken.